Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. All right. It is, what is today? Thursday, yeah. It is Thursday, June 26, 2025. We made it to another day. Thank you, God. All right, thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We're live on TikTok starting at 9:15 and YouTube 9:35, supposed to be. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products when you shop today. Head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTOW20 at checkout. Coffee in Tow is also brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, shop today at www.lormelskinfood.com, and that's LAURMEL. All right, let's do a quick check-in and see how everyone is doing. Let's turn this down. Ja, what's good? Ja Rastafari.
Good morning, CIT family. Good morning, Queen Moments, Queen Rosolo.
How you doing?
Got a little sinus headache right now, but I'm doing well. I'm home, so that's good. I didn't have to be on the road.
Good. So drink your teas. Make sure you keep your
Drink
nasal
my
passages.
teas. Yes, put the peppermint oil in my temples and stuff. Yes.
You know what to do.
Try not to do the pills for the moment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know exactly what to do. But still happy to have you here. Glad you're home, though. Glad you're home. Happy to have you.
Glad to be here as always.
Yes. Rosolo, life is funny, isn't it, Rosolo? Life is like a box of chocolates.
Tell you, boy,
those assorted chocolates that
to me.
You open up the box and you just don't know what you're gonna get.
I tell you, life is interesting. You have to enjoy it day by day, daily. I tell you. Always look at God.
Hallelujah.
God. So blessed morning, everyone. Happy Thursday. Ja, hope you feel better. Sending you love and blessings for a speedy recovery. Just relax today. Relax and rest. But yes, sometimes you just have to let God work.
Hallelujah.
I know people wondering what the two crazy people talking about this morning.
Yeah.
Who knows? I'm sure Jack can figure it out. Who knows?
Oh, you have to send her a thing, make she know what.
Yeah, I'm gonna text her.
Bring her up to speed. You have to bring the
Team.
the panel up to speed. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do it
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
I'll do
yeah.
it now. But yes, good morning. Happy Thursday. We're almost there. Friday Eve. Hallelujah.
So,
Whew.
talking about, I have some serious work to do. This morning, I'm gonna be honest. This morning, when the alarm went off at 6:30 for me to get up,
Me dash my phone away.
I turned off the alarm and went right back under the cover.
Me too.
Then who tell me some mention for open him eyes and say, "You all right?" I mean, I'm in my sleep now, but him open him eyes and he say, "You all right?" I said, "No, I'm not all right." Let me see if I can put the picture up. I got show now why I'm not all right. Let me see how to work that thing. Yeah. How you change the background while you're here. I don't even know how to do that. But in 2021, I took a picture of myself in a day. What you know then? Hold on. I go show now. I go show now. I go feet and show now. Hold on. Hold on there.
She getting
So
real solo. I love it.
it's one of
Here,
these.
give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. Let me see what she showed.
It's one of these outfits that you put on, say, girl on your stomach, girl on your legs. Whatever or so.
Oh, Jesus.
Whatever. So it covers, your zip up and your snap up and then you put it around your leg because you say you want to burn the fat in those areas. In 2021, in my mind, I was, in need of losing weight. Now I really want to know how to change a picture on the background. What's up, Jilly? How you change a picture? Me need to know how to change.
I don't know, but give me 2 seconds. I have to talk to this person. Hold on.
Yeah, go on and talk to a person. Come here, try. No, I want to show you what me talk about. Some of the things that me crazy. Hold on. Let me see something. No, I know that I want. If anybody know how to change the green screen, let me know while you're live. Come in and know how to do it. Hold on, let me see something. I know that. Another song. But anyway, yesterday, I put on the same I tried to put it on. And it wouldn't meet. Lie. The hook at the top meet and that was it. Nothing else would meet. So I went into serious depression mode. I said, not a backside. In 2021, this thing fit me. So in my mind, I think I'm still the same size, but I'm not, right? Really, I'm not. In my mind. So I get what's she name? The girl who thought she could fit in the car. Forget it now. That's why I'm saying not to judge people,
Not bringing up somebody else's woes, okay?
That's why they say you be careful when you judge people because it's the same thing you say about somebody. It applies to you too. Remember now, when you're pointing one finger, you have how many pointing back at you? 3.
3. Oh boy.
I went into depression mode because something could not fit me. Come and say, you know what? I'm gonna put it on and do some more exercise in the evening. No exercise ever happened yesterday evening. None. So this morning when Mr. mentioned say, all right, Mr. No, I mean I tell him about the trainer. So I jumped up out of the bed. Me say not a backside. I am walking this morning. Got to the bottom of the steps, and that's when I put in the group text.
Uh-huh.
I said, this morning.
Well, you saw what I responded back. Yes, take it to the next level.
No, man, that's something that give me a heart attack. No.
I worked out last night, so this morning I rest. I'm going to do it tonight.
No, me don't put it tonight again because it has to come down. It has to come down. Me going back to what I was in 2021. There's no way on God's green earth I'm staying where I am.
Just remember that there was 4 years in between 2021 and 2025. So you can't, let me not say can't. It won't happen as quickly as you may want it. Don't overdo it because then if you hurt yourself, you put yourself even farther back.
Mr. Ja, at one point I'll say, where I live, right? So when you head east, and you hit to a certain part in Coral Gables, is nothing but cosmetic surgery. I said to myself when I was out running this morning, how much it cost to cut off my belly? How much it cost? Because me there, I judge people and I talk about the people that were going under the knife. No, right about now this morning. I was like, which one of them plastic surgeon I can call? Come and live too far from them.
You can walk over there. The plight of age. But Jad is right. Be careful. Take your time. Just stay consistent. Just remain consistent, and you will see the results. So, but I understand. Me, remember, it's Dr. Keisha.
Yes.
And the doctors tell me stop sleeping in my sweatsuit. So.
No, but I talk about sweater solo because I said to Mr. Mention this morning, I said, why the backside me I sweat so much at night? I'm supposed to maga the way me I sweat.
That's how I feel too. That's how I feel. I feel I should wake up a different size every morning. I should be a supermodel by now. I feel that way.
But you know what? Yeah, mega. But this morning, no. I went into depression yesterday because when I realized that the waist trainer could not fit me and it could fit me in 2021, I said no. Something have to come down. Come down. So I would like to sincerely apologize to that young lady who thought she could fit in the people them car when she called the Uber. I get it, because I thought I could fit in the waist trainer.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Don't do that. Don't let me start. It's too early in the morning. That's not the same thing at all. That's not the same. Would you go into a Fiat? No, because you're not going to be comfortable in the Fiat. So it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same.
As you said that Fiat. So one of my co-workers has one of the new Corvettes, right? So him go past me himself in other people.
Now you gonna call your hubby out, okay? Now you gonna call your hubby out.
Mad people crew. They all away. We all away of a screw missing. No. We acknowledge that we have a screw missing. We acknowledge.
Yo, I was just talking to someone who gave you super kudos about the show. You should know who I was talking to.
Yeah.
And he said, it's time to have all of you in one space, together. I said, believe me, we have tried. And then I was telling him our stories about your birthday in Miami that Saturday. I said, you don't really understand how it is when we're all together. I said, we meshed immediately. We were all the signs, the visuals. I said, we were speaking to each other. And no one was even speaking. I said, because there were certain things happening. And I told him about Ja and her plate of shrimp. How I had to cuss my sister Ja at the dinner table. And I told him about Tasha just sitting there with tears flowing down her face. I told him about Mr. President and Mr. Lyons thinking that they took the wrong path of being vegetarians and not eating meat when they had no idea that, that was the best thing on earth. And I had him cracking up. I said, so imagine if you were there. I said, it's just a group of crazy people who God has put together to mesh and become a family by choice. I said, but no, we're not innocent. Nobody not really making one. But when you say Marlon going to the court,
because what happened,
imagine Marlon in the court.
So what happened, we were at we went to our favorite sushi spot, yes. And there was a red one parked up. So we were walking past it. They always have these nice cars parked up right there. Yeah. You can literally go luxury car shopping and you're like, oh my gosh. There. Yeah. And your jaw just dropped. Because I love cars. If I were rich, you would know how you'd pull up to my driveway. I might dress homeless, but you'd see a nice car. So we were passing on beautiful cherry red. And he said to me, boy, some co-worker, I have one, and I'm come on work with it, and boy, I'm going to the car, but I couldn't come out. So, Mr. My friend, you're stuck.
You can see it happening. We can see him in it now, John. We can see it. I can see it. What make him go in there? I hope he's listening. Wake his ass up.
Because, okay, so
he's sliding outside.
let's see you have to call the people that for pray about. So he's tall, him have a belly, and him got the people them can go fast up than the people them can. Because he wants, you know, yeah, he wants to test it out.
He wants to experience it. He wants to experience it.
No, the Corvette is bigger than the Supra. He loves Supras, and him always say any day him the last time I want Supra. So Mr. Brethren, you know, see, I now got only nice Supra now, right?
Wait, they still sell Supras?
Yeah, the limited edition. They have some brand new ones. But I prefer the ones from the 90s. The one from the 90s with the suicide doors.
That's the one Daddy had, Daddy had one,
with the suicide doors and the detachable roof. Oh, them suckers. Bad, man. Yep. So basically, you know, see, I'm not got all the nice Supra now, right? Because Supra smaller than
take off the doors and take off the. Him can't fit whole night. Him just have to drive with the door them open and the sunroof up every time.
I'm glad that man sleeping count up from my place on. Don't be right about now.
Oh God,
Mr. President in your night, I can't with that.
Take up him.
Too. Yeah.
Take up him. Oh Jesus, please have mercy on my soul.
Oh, she said that. Thank you, Marlon.
That was a good laugh. Thank you, Marlon.
How we get out?
That is not my problem, Ja. That's not my problem. I don't know. I ain't come out and I don't care. I ain't come out. You should have stuck to the people that care and can't.
He probably came out butt first because that's.
You see, folks, that's why enough already I people things in that. Everything. Listen, it's not every water you say you feel wash enough. No, every pan knock you feel go. Not a serious thing.
But when the person saw Marlon sitting in the car, the person, you know, that's not his friend. That's not his friend. Because the friend just said, "Brethren, nobody go in my car." People have to be more like us. People have to be more like us. That's not your friend. It's not your friend.
Me know what I said to him, Bridget. You know, say I can't own another still, right?
So don't get in it. And if I were there when he could not get out, I'm trying to.
Russell, you know, so the place would have mashed up if we were there. Yeah.
If I'm laughing like this, no, because I can only see the different ways he's trying to get out of this vehicle, and everything I think of is hilarious.
Hold on. I forget that one. I never get into the news. So when we went to Portland and we were at Blue Lagoon, I don't know about the general public side, but on the private side, where the private entrance, right, it's a bunch of stepping. I must have step till you're weak, and then the walkway is steep. So the way to tackle the walkway, you have to go so, you know. So anyway, now, me and his cousin make it up to the top now, because we're ready for leave. We can't say him, nor see our husband not come. That's what we say about the backside of God. Anyway, eventually her husband comes. We not see Marlon. Marlon make it off of the walkway, but could have gone further. So him said to him cousin husband, "Yo, go for your vehicle, come here, man. We can't." So while lean up the on the people that wall and wait for it to come. This older gentleman with no teeth came up to him and said, Seema, asking if him, all right. Him said, no, sir. No, sir. So anyway, when we finally reached to where he is now and pick him up, him said, listen, man, I'm not take so long. The things that they no teeth, man, don't forget give me mouth.
I'm done.
I said, the woman bust out and laugh, and the man serious enough. When it takes so long to come. But think no teeth, man, and I got give me mouth to mouth. Tear shot. Would I just dead right? Let me tell you something.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh gosh.
Oh, God.
I say we are dead with laugh after him, you know. The man's serious. The man's serious.
Oh, my poor baby daddy. Oh, what's your baby daddy?
Oh, Jesus. No, sir. No, but you see, when you don't hear, you will feel Rosolo. His cousin warned him, no, follow back at my husband, you know, with the drinking. You know, young again in a brethren. A drink for drink. Now that reach you.
But yeah, call out the man business so much this Thursday morning.
So here film cousin to him now. Galanga dead because tomorrow may find one next man gear. Galanga dead. Come here find one new husband for you. Now want yourself. Yeah, go. Cause you won't hear.
Not mouth to mouth with the no teeth, man. I'm done. May I call Cree on this one? I cannot. Okay, thank you for that. I thank you. We hope you all had a great laugh with us. Oh God.
We're not care.
I'm so mad at you right now with all this laughing, coughing. My head is hurting even more. My voice is gone.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Julie. I'm so sorry.
But I think the stairs are as nice as the car still. Man, I forgot. That is gonna make me laugh for the rest of the day. Just trying to see Marlon get out of that car.
Just.
And I'm gonna go back in one too. I'm gonna do it again. I know him.
Oh boy,
I'm there. Thank you, moments. All right, baby daddy, Portia, we love you. Everybody.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get started.
Everybody down with her, don't she?
Huh? What you say? What did you say? Ja, your voice is gone. Say it again.
I said she take everybody down with her, okay? She started on herself. She done took everybody else down with her.
You're mad.
All because her waist trainer don't fit her, you know, Ja. That bring about, you know. That is what's causing all of this reflection today.
But you see, in life, folks, the lesson in all of this is you have to learn how to laugh at yourself. You really have to, you know. And when you laugh at yourself, trust me, it makes life a little easier to handle. Yeah, I'm not share with certain things. I just saw it go. All right, first up out of the Caribbean corner, I'm trying to get it together. Caribbean agencies strengthen fight against gun trafficking at regional workshop. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Illicit firearms trafficking remains one of the most urgent transnational threats facing the Caribbean, contributing directly to surging violence and undermining public safety. That's the message coming out of the opening ceremony of a 5-day regional training workshop on firearms trafficking hosted in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The initiative is a joint effort by the Caribbean Community CARICOM, Implementation Agency for Crime and Security, IMPACTS, the European Union's El Pacto 2.0 program, and France's Alcorca Technical Cooperation Support Program for the fight against organized crime in the Caribbean region. These instruments of violence fuel gang warfare, drive up homicide rates, and undermine the peace and stability essential for our sustainable development. That statement was made by Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, who is the executive director of CARICOM Impacts. He noted that the training reflects growing regional cooperation to combat illegal weapons and is a direct outcome of collaboration among CARICOM Impacts El Pacto 2.0 and Al Corca. So I appreciate them. I appreciate the meeting of the minds, right? Because we do have an issue. But what is concerning for me is that the case against the manufacturers of said weapons in the US have been, is absconded the right word to use? They are allowed to not be held accountable. And I guess some people will say, well, you really can't hold them accountable. Then make the thing, them not tell people what to do with them. And I can agree. I can agree to a point. You see, because it's not affecting their families, the owners of said industries, it's not affecting their families. They only see the dollar bill. Excuse me. They don't care. If they cared, in my humble opinion, they would have done what the cigarette industry did, put a warning on the back of every pack of cigarette. There's that warning. They would have done something, do some marketing. How about some promotion, some education about safe handling? Something. But they're so disconnected from the effects of the things that they make that they really don't care. They don't care what you do with it. I make it, that's it. And again, I said I understand it's business. It is business. The US should want to step up because the Caribbean doesn't make these weapons, right? So the US needs to ramp up at every port to do a thorough search of any, especially excuse me, excuse me, shipments that need a bill of lading, whether by air or by sea. Do a thorough search. Scan, 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 scan. Let none go without being scanned. That's me. So at least at the port of exit, measures are being taken. If anything is missed, you catch it at the port of entry. We have to, excuse me, governments throughout the Caribbean also need to double down on their efforts and their initiative, do campaigns, have educational gatherings. The right word slipped me right now, but I think you know what I mean. We have to have community education going on, the effects of the use of illicit weapons. I don't know. Do they have training facilities across? I know in Jamaica there's one in Kingston. I don't know if, well, it's not really Kingston, it's more Portmore. The range has been there forever. If they have more ranges across the island to help people understand, go there, get training. Excuse me. If you want to be a holder, you have to go the proper channels. But the big issue at hand is the trafficking, and the trafficking usually ends up in the wrong hands, and the wrong hands commit the egregious crimes. But I don't know. Welcome, Adesoji. How you doing? How are things over there in, you don't have a bone to pick with the United Kingdom. But no, it's not really a bone. So let me not even bring it up. How you doing, Adesoji?
Yeah, we're fine. We're lovely. It's brilliant weather out there. Slightly breezy, but yes, the summer dresses are out, and we're thankful. We're thankful. Yes.
Georgie said it before I could even ask. I was going to say, how are the ladies in their summer dresses? And he said it.
Excuse me, laughing too much, Rasola. Lord have mercy.
Oh, Georgie, I'm glad summer is treating you so well. Both your your body and your eyes. Yeah.
Yes, 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 yes. That's why I noticed it was very breezy. Summer dresses.
Here we go again. It's the flowy ones, that with the air, the wind blows.
Yeah, the ones that catches the air. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You say you see a lot of clapping going on. Other soldier, you see a lot of clapping from behind going on in those dresses.
Oh yeah, very, very much so, very much so. Especially when they suddenly claps the clothes against the like, oh Lord have mercy.
Let's keep it moving. Next up, CDB and IDB invest partner to boost Caribbean private sector growth. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Listen, my throat is properly messed up. Excuse me. Too much laughter. We're going to cut out the laughing in the morning. We can't be doing that so early, not when we have news to read. All right. The Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, has announced a new strategic partnership with IDB Invest, the private sector arm of the Inter American Development Bank, aimed at expanding access to finance and stimulating private sector led growth across the Caribbean. Excuse me. According to the CDB, the renewed collaboration centers on increasing trade financing opportunities and unlocking new opportunities for businesses across the Caribbean, with a strong emphasis on small and medium sized enterprises. The partnership reflects a shared vision to empower the Caribbean's private sector as a driver of economic development. By working with financial institutions across the region, the collaboration aims to improve access to finance for small and medium sized enterprises, expanding their opportunities for trade, investment, and long term development. Next up, Barbados to host historic GUBA Awards 2025, marking first ever Caribbean edition. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. For the first time in its history, the acclaimed Grow, Unite, Build Africa GUBA Awards will be hosted in the Caribbean, with Barbados proudly announced as the host nation for the 2025 edition, scheduled to take place from November 10 to 12. The 16th edition of the GUBA Awards marks a historic milestone for the GUBA enterprise as it expands its global reach and brings its influential celebration of African excellence to the shores of the Atlantic's western edge. This year's theme, Reclaiming Our Atlantic Destiny, Build, Connect, Renew, seeks to deepen cultural and economic ties between Africa and the Caribbean, fostering meaningful dialogue and partnerships in trade, investment, and heritage. This is more than an awards show. It is a reconnection with the African continent. That is according to Lady Denta, president and founder of GUBA Enterprise. Barbados offers a symbolic gateway, yes, because it's closest to Africa, as we renew our shared destiny across the Atlantic. The event is being hosted in collaboration with the government of Barbados, with key support from the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., Invest Barbados, the National Cultural Foundation, and the Barbados High Commission in Ghana. So, is this a bridging of the gap between Africa and the Caribbean, or is this Africa and Guyana? Hey, Tasha, which is it? I was hoping that in the paragraph that said the event is being hosted in collaboration with the government of Barbados, the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Invest Barbados, the National Cultural Foundation, the Barbados High Commission in Ghana. I was hoping I would have seen other islands included there. And I get it. You probably start in Barbados and then you move across. But I think this would have been a great opportunity for representatives of other Caribbean islands to be there, right? We are proud to partner with Google to make tangible the ongoing discourse about bridging the gap between Africa and the Caribbean. That's according to Juliet Bino Sutherland, who is Barbados's High Commissioner to Ghana. The strong support from agencies in tourism, culture, and investment signals the growing strategic importance of Africa and its diaspora in national development. I like it, but I not like it at the same time. I want more involvement from folks across the Caribbean. Barbados, if you don't mind, could you invite others to participate?
Why is CARICOM not taking the lead?
I didn't want to say it, but thank you for saying it.
They should have I'm sure they have a cultural representative that would liaise with the Barbadian authorities. I mean, even if it was suggested by Barbados, surely they will have extended a hand to CARICOM at some point. And then CARICOM can then extend, similar type invites, extend their invites to other interested parties. Obviously, you can't call everybody, but some people would be interested to come in and see what's the word, what meets with that, and it goes to show that there is more to be done with regards to the coming together of the Caribbean.
And we had a very in-depth conversation about that yesterday. And we've been having those conversations.
Exactly. So yesterday was just another installment in the conversation about has the CARICOM outlived its usefulness or it needs to recalibrate.
Yeah.
But the suggestion is it needs to recalibrate, and this would have been one of the such opportunities to do that. But
I agree.
Unfortunately, yeah. That's right.
So, in a first of its kind offering, visitors from the African continent can secure a seat on an exclusive GUBA charter flight from Accra, Ghana to Barbados. Limited spaces are available for bookings. Go ahead and visit www.gubaawards.com/travel or email info@gubaawards.com. So, our listeners over there in Ghana, if you want to head on over to the Caribbean, again, www.gubaawards.com/travel or send an email to info@gubaawards.com. GUBA Barbados 2025 promises to be a celebration of heritage, resilience, and reconnection, unifying communities on both sides of the Atlantic. Highlights, you're going to have GUBA Trade and Investment Forum, a 2-day conference connecting African and Caribbean business leaders, investors, and policymakers. But we cannot say Caribbean business leaders when the only folks mentioned are from Barbados. So how about just say Barbados business leaders? Cultural Showcase, a celebration of Afro-Caribbean creativity, music, fashion, and heritage. GUBA Awards Ceremony, which is an elegant night honoring excellence in leadership, innovation, enterprise, and impact across the diaspora. And then diplomatic reception at a hotel, a prestigious gathering at the official residence of the Prime Minister of Barbados, at his house, celebrating unity and diplomatic progress. Yeah, I agree, we need the input of CARICOM. We need CARICOM to be involved. Yeah. All right, next up, Tourism Minister defends Bajan hospitality, but says training must continue. Article courtesy of BarbadosToday.bb. Minister of Tourism and International Transport, Ian Gooding Edgehill, has defended what he says is the country's long-standing reputation for warm and welcoming hospitality following a recent exit survey that highlighted concerns about customer service in the tourism sector. Speaking to Barbados Today on the sidelines of Connect Barbados 2025, the minister acknowledged the findings of the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. survey, which reportedly identified gaps in customer service experienced by some departing visitors. While not dismissing the concerns raised, Gooding Edgehill stressed that continuous training remains a core part of the government's strategy to improve service delivery across the tourism industry. The government has a national transformation program where there are a number of training courses offered online. I'm also aware that the hotel sector, through the Barbados Hotel and the Tourism Association and individual hotels, invest heavily in training. The tourism minister noted that the service training should not only apply to new employees entering the industry, but also include opportunities for ongoing upskilling of existing staff. Absolutely. Customer service training is a forever thing. You have to have those interim workshops, no matter how long one has been there. The landscape changes, right? The needs of your customers, your guests will change as well. And you want to know that you're delivering first class, um, well, in my opinion, world class customer service, right? Okay. Next, Afrexim Bank champions unified vision for African Caribbean economic integration. This article courtesy of nowgrenada.com. In a bold step toward deeper economic cooperation, the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, is expanding its engagement with Caribbean nations, aiming to strengthen ties under the Global African Concept, a strategic framework rooted in shared identity and collective prosperity for people of African descent across continents. We're all Africans, whether in the Caribbean or within the geographical space called Africa. It's only in the last couple of years that you see an African bank engaging more with Caribbean countries. That's according to Dr. Yemi Kale, who is Afrexim Bank's managing director and group chief economist. His comments, came after a brief introduction of Afrexim Bank's flagship publications. What's wrong with my tongue today? Such as the 2025 African Trade Report and the 2025 African Trade and Economic Outlook Report during Afrexim Bank's 32nd annual meeting in Abuja, Nigeria. This recent focus on the Caribbean is part of a broader plan to replicate Afrexim Bank's successful African strategies in infrastructure funding and economic development. All right. I'm here for it. We have more involvement from the continent. So I know folks listening might say, well, why has it taken so long for this relationship to be established or reignited? And there's good reason for that. Colonialism. Yeah. The brainwashing of a people for centuries and decades. And to date, we still struggle with it. And if you have been here, you've heard the stories, and we talk about it all the time. The opportunities that are made available to foreigners, those who want to come into the Caribbean and set up shop, versus the opportunities that are given to the local folks, right? There is a huge gap. We natives of the Caribbean, and I'm using that term loosely, natives, right? I get it. But natives of the Caribbean, we have to jump through hoops while foreign investors get the red carpet laid out for them. Right? So I'm glad to see the connection being made between the continent and the Caribbean. Mr. President or Adesoji, and if you want to go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean, yes, the idea of the connection between the Caribbean and African has been a long talked concept, not least because obviously the hue is the same, the language is the same. Unfortunately, so is the so-called colonial master, or whatever it is they decide they call themselves these days, are largely the same across the board.
Mm-hmm.
And so one would have expected that that connection would have gone beyond just mere talking and mere flag wave and what have you. I mean, when they do meet themselves in the diaspora, they do get along. some get married and stuff like that. Families are, all of that happens. But I'm talking about the direct contact between the Caribbean and Africa, which should have been, how can I say, be an intentional policy as opposed to something that just happens occasionally. Travel, cultural exchanges, trade fairs, bilateral agreements, heads of state. I don't even think most African heads of state know, aside from the most obvious in the Caribbean, the guy who is your head of state. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Aside from that, and maybe Sister Mia Motley, what's the connection? So we need more of that. And this conversation we're having is also a window into how we can achieve that. So again, all of this has to be put into, because the moment people link up, that's it. But they know if that were to happen, you know who I'm talking about. If that were to happen, it's curtains. So they're going to try as much as possible to create a wedge. So you have to go through the Northern Hemisphere to come back into the Caribbean. The Caribbean has to go to the Northern Hemisphere to come into Africa, instead of just flying across oceans.
Yeah.
Where we're at. I yield.
I agree. I'm going to say the scammer them busy out there now.
Okay, Moments, I just want to make another point to add to what all that Adosoji said is it's about time we have an alternative to the predatory lenders that is in our market, namely the IMF and the World Bank.
Keep going. Excuse me, but continue going, Mr. President.
Yes, it's time we have a feasible alternative to it. For years, most of our loans goes to the IMF and the World Bank. I mean, outside of the CDB and the ECCB and that Latin American bank, I can't remember the exact name for it there. Most of the funding to governments and to countries come from IMF and the World Bank. Now, those funding come in with a lot of strings attached and a lot of restrictions because the goal is to keep us indebted. Now that we have a bank coming out of Africa that is made up of African governments and African investors and stuff, not only is good for Africa in that the money goes back to build a continent, but it's also good for us because we could negotiate on different terms. We could put benefit, and then the collaboration between Africa and the Caribbean extends and all the benefit that comes with it. And the more we have the intermingling between Africa and the Caribbean or Africa and the diaspora, the more people get exposed to each other and much more opportunities will come. So it might start as a loan now, it might start as just some simple bilateral deals and so on, but eventually it will grow. And as the connection between Africa, the Caribbean, and the diaspora grow, we will become closer together. We'll be able to solve more problems together. We'll be able to use more resources. But the fact that these interests from these loans are not going to the IMF and the World Bank, to me alone, it's a win.
Mm-hmm.
It's a win. And we have to encourage more of those.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. All right. Let's keep it moving. Next up, vulnerable Jamaicans urged to apply for $1 billion solidarity program. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Hold on 1 second. Let me bring this up. 1 second. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. Would not come up. All right, so Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness is urging vulnerable Jamaicans to make use of the government's $1 billion solidarity program now in effect. He was speaking at the launch of the initiative at Jamaica House on Wednesday.
There might be some who will criticize the program and say, it's only $20,000 and it's one-off. That is where they don't understand the program. So this is what is described as a conditional cash transfer. It is conditional on the person receiving the transfer to become formally registered in the social safety net so that you can continue with formal benefits over time directly. We encourage everyone who falls in the categories, please reach out to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security.
Under Solidarity, one-time cash grants of $20,000 will be provided to 50,000 eligible Jamaicans. To be eligible, individuals should not be beneficiaries of any existing social welfare programs. These include the Program of Advancement Through Health, PATH, the Social Pension Program, National Insurance Scheme, or the Reverse Income Tax Credit. Once approved, disbursements will be made via bank transfer or a remittance agency. Dr. Holness says the program is not an empty promise.
There are those who are thinking, hey, this is an election program. This program was announced in November, but it was thought about at the same time when we did the reverse tax credit and funded. So this is not a promise. This is funded. This is in the budget. It took us some time to roll out how it will be done so that we don't end up with issues of, people trying to get, but the program doesn't work because the administrative issues weren't sorted out. So we took the time to work out those issues. So once the minister declares the program as live, then everyone should be able to participate.
That was Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness. Yes, folks, we spoke about it last year. They had one program last year too that folks were able to take advantage of. So just to reiterate, for folks in Jamaica under the Solidarity, there is a one-time cash grant of $20,000. It will be provided to 50,000 eligible Jamaicans. But hold on a second. Let me just want to make sure I say the money right. Hold on there. Say $20,000 times 50,000 people. Okay, I have to make sure now. I have to make sure the numbers right. Yeah, 1 million. All right, folks. So to be eligible, folks, just a reminder, you cannot be an existing beneficiary of any social welfare program. In other words, you cannot be a part or a recipient, get money from PATH, which is the Program of Advancement Through Health and Education. You cannot be a social pension program recipient. You cannot be a recipient of the National Insurance Scheme or the Reverse Income Tax Credit. All right? None of that. No can benefit. So if you're not involved in any of those programs, see if you qualify. And remember, once that you are processed and you are approved, disbursements will be made via bank transfer or remittance agency. Yeah.
I congratulate the government for reaching out to a sector of the people who may not have access to that kind of grant, and it will help them along. But call it what it is. That is an election program.
It's not. It's not. It's not. And the reason it's not. And here's why I'm telling you it's not. It's a program that has been in place, and I'm familiar with it because I have helped people fill out over the years. So it's not. It's not election. It really isn't.
So why he said they started on it in November last year, right?
There was one in November, and there have had previous ones under different names. Yeah, I'm not giving that one.
I don't care what you say. I don't say if he had it before, because he deliberately put it together. And I'm not saying it's not legit. It's a legit government program, but it was designed to roll out just before the election. So he will benefit from it. And hence the reason why I want to call on CARICOM to do not make Dr. Holness the chairman for the
Too
next
late.
6 months
Too late.
because Dr. Holness is focusing on his campaign and his country. He has no time for CARICOM now.
No,
And
man.
I mean, it's a brilliant idea, you know. If I'm in his position, I'm doing the same thing, you know. I'm putting it just before the election to make sure I cement my base. So it's a legitimate program, but it is a boost to the election. We know that. I yield.
I see what you're saying, but I'm going to defend Mr. Dr. Holness on this one. We do have other social intervention programs too. The thing is that because they're not spoken about as frequent as they should, right? And I get the timing. It's just unfortunate that the rollout is here again, and it just happens to be at this point in time.
It's not
And I get it.
unfortunate and it's not coincidental. It happens like that all the time. The incumbent is always doing things like that when an election coming up in any country. And if I'm the incumbent, I'm doing the same thing. I'm making sure I pad my free programs to coincide with the elections.
But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let us say that is the strategy. Is he doing anything wrong though? Wouldn't you do that to garner votes if you were up?
I'm telling you, if I'm the incumbent, I'm doing the same thing.
I don't
And
like this one.
I don't say anything is wrong with it, but we know it's to pad the election. We know that. There's nothing wrong with it. You understand? It's above the board. It helps. So that is one way of campaigning without spending campaign money.
Right, I demand Dr. Holness, but up on your side this morning. But go ahead, Jack.
So why you calling him out, Mr. President? Why you calling him out? And excuse, moments took away my voice this morning with her crackanackle. Why you calling him out?
No, it's not. It's not bad. I'm just saying tactically it's brilliant. And that is why I regard Dr. Holness as one of the best politician in the region. Because like him or hate him, he's an astute politician. He's one of the best in the region right now. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. It's a good way to use the government money to start the campaign before the election go. And there is nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it.
You're going to leave a prime minister alone. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Thank you, Mr. President. All right, next up, Hilton. JLP government does not deserve sole credit for economic stability. Article courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Opposition spokesperson on global logistics, Anthony Hilton, says the Holness administration alone is not to be credited for the economic stability the country is now enjoying. Speaking on Cliff Hughes Online on Wednesday, Mr. Hilton says the JLP has benefited from the economic groundwork laid by the previous PNP government. Mekweteka, listen.
This is a government that has had more resources available than any other government in recent time because of the policies and strategies begun in the PNP administration and carried over into this administration. I was part of an administration that made tremendous effort to right this economy and to get the fiscal laws in place, to get the economy on track. In fact, like Sandiford in Barbados, we paid a political price for the fiscal tightness and what we did on Peter Phillips and Portia Simpson must be congratulated. The people of Jamaica more so sacrificed a tremendous amount, and no one can claim that this is all due to them alone.
Mr. Hilton says even the lowered crime numbers are partially due to the PNP.
Quality of life for the Jamaican people will be the key. So low unemployment, as we have said, is low remuneration. It is inflation. It is the wrong set of policies when it comes on to housing. We all must support the lowering of crime because that's critical because Jamaicans pay a heavy price. People's National Party has insisted from day one that the strategy that was being pursued, that abridged the rights of Jamaicans, which the courts have affirmed, was not the only strategy available. And that should not be the one of first choice. We have always said, and it is written and presented to the police. I was there when it was written and done by Mark Bowling about targeting the criminal, and we say we will support the targeting.
Meanwhile, Mr. Hilton told host Cliff Hughes that the PNP is poised to win the next general election.
I'm not in a prediction game. What I'll tell you is that we'll form the government, the next government.
I mean, you'll win 32 and more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Decisively. Well, let me say this. I believe that what we've seen in the numbers is hiding a lot of things. And what I see on the ground and feel on the ground is not as close as we think. There are surprises.
That was Anthony Hilton, opposition spokesperson on global logistics. So now win. I'm sorry, but they're not winning.
Moment.
But they're not going to win. Come on, Mr. Hilton.
I agree with him, right? In terms of the Standiford, I think Erskine Standiford is a hero that Barbados never realized, because he committed political suicide for the good of the country. And that was the end of his career, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to tell you, dear gentlemen, first of all, PNP ain't going in power. PNP can't even get it. They can't get the ducks in a row, much as to start to march. You understand? They can't. They should have harnessed Lisa Hanna and Damian Crawford and put some of the old stalwarts to the side, like what NDC did in Grenada with the ushering of Dickon Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
The PNP should have used them and bring in some rest to put with them, consolidate, and change path going forward.
Mm-hmm.
As it is, Jamaica is without an opposition leader, because the opposition leader in Jamaica is politically impotent. But anyhow, it does not matter what work they did prior. That's not how politics work. The credit is to Dr. Holness and his administration,
Mm-hmm.
because that is when people is seeing the benefit.
Mm-hmm.
If they had if they had been in power now, all credit go to them. That's just the way politics is. When Donald Trump came in power, he was riding on Obama legacy, and everybody said, "Oh, Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump didn't do nothing. Trump didn't do nothing to the stock market. He just came and ride a wave."
Mm-hmm.
But that is how politics work. So it doesn't matter what he say right now. That falling on deaf ears.
Yeah.
And I don't know where he has his crystal ball. But from where I stand, I don't see them coming back in power.
I don't see
Not
it
in this cycle, and maybe not in the next. But stranger things has happened. Go
That
ahead,
is
Alo
true.
Soji.
That's true. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Go ahead, Soji. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with people dreaming. There's nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong. I mean, it's politics. What's the old English saying? If wishes were beggars, if horses, wishes were horses, beggars will ride. You know, so if he's saying he's going to form the government, and the guy asked him, "You're going to form the government? Like, are you for sure?" And the guy came back in the eyes, like, "Yeah." Well, you better check what he was drinking. Was it coffee or something stronger? Are you?
I don't know, sir. They're poised to win. Which election they're winning? Not a general election, Mr. Hilton. And we have to learn to call a spade a spade. And we'll have to learn to be honest and be practical and realistic. Is the PNP truly ready? Poised? You know what I find interesting listening to you in the recording, Mr. Hilton, is that everything that is being done right now, everything that is being implemented, down to the lowering of the crime numbers. Una did start it, or Una did write the script, and all the JLP has done is taken up the script, got on the stage, and started acting. That's what you're saying, and I will say no. Check yourself, Mr. Hilton.
What one lesson Mr. Hilton could take from the JLP?
Mm-hmm.
When the JLP ushered in Andrew Holness before he was doctor, all right, he was a new and nobody, up and coming, somebody with potential, and they took a bet on him. Right now, the PNP has Dashray Lisa Hanna and Muzzle Damian Crawford, and they are the future. So if they want to take any example, go to the youths in the party, take a chance. Well, Crawford is still there, take a chance on him.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he will be a Holness in a couple of years to come.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Dr. Holness is doing a good job running the country. Don't mind, he's his biggest critic. The JLP is doing a reasonable job running Jamaica, and they're putting some policies in place that are good, you know, in the context of the Caribbean and the context of how Jamaica was running before. They're bringing down the crime numbers. The tourism is doing good. They're doing some expanding. I would like to see them do some more, develop the local economy some more, and focus less on the external direct foreign investments and so on, to boost to get some more robustness within the economy, because a lot of it is coming from outside, and what you might make Jamaica too expensive for Jamaicans. You will leave too much people alone, so your wealth would grow, but your poverty would also grow. And I would like them to focus on that, but they're doing a reasonable job.
Yeah. You have to give credit where credit is due. Thank you, Mr. President. Moving right along. Imports up, exports down for January to February 2025 period. Article courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Jamaica recorded a significant decline in exports for the period January to February 2025, with spending on imports increasing compared to the corresponding period for 2024. That's according to the latest report released by the Statistical Institute of Jamaica, STATIN. The island's total import bill for the period amounted to $1,321 million US dollars, while export earnings totaled 360. Hold on a second. Hold on. While export earnings totaled 306.2 million US dollars. No man, that not look cute at all. 1 billion to 300 million. That's a significant gap. Import expenditure rose by 1.9% compared to $1,297,000,000 US dollars recorded for the same period in 2024. The growth in imports was mainly driven by increased purchases of raw material, intermediate goods, and consumer goods, which went up by 6.2% and 9.9% respectively. In contrast, total exports declined by 8.9% compared to the 336 million US dollars earned in the corresponding period last year. Statin attributed the fall to a sharp 41% drop in the value of exported mineral fuels. The United States of America, China, Brazil, Nigeria, and Colombia remained Jamaica's top 5 import partners during the review period. On the export side, Jamaica's leading markets were the United States, the Russian Federation, Iceland, Canada, and France. That's interesting. The Russian Federation, Iceland, France. The US and Canada, I can understand. Well, okay. So we have work to do, Jamaica. We have work to do. And if a huge portion, if a portion of what we're importing is raw material and intermediate goods, how much of the end product is being exported? Do we have those numbers? Yeah, we have the numbers of what's coming in, but how much of the end product is being exported, right? So we brought in the raw material to manufacture or to finish the manufacturing, which would be the intermediate goods, right? We brought them in. How much of that are we turning back out? That's what I want to know. And if those numbers are low, how can we maximize? How can we increase the export of our goods? We need to do a better job. This does sound good at all. Also, if we are importing from China, Brazil, Nigeria, Colombia, are we exporting anything to those countries in particular? Should we be seeking to export to those countries? But beyond that, what other markets are we trying to get into? Are we trying hard enough? We have work to do. It's time to roll up our sleeves. But of course, that will also come with investment opportunities, or not investment opportunities, making funding available and affordable. It's one thing, to be able to give out loans, but are the loans reasonable? The repayment terms, the interest rates, are they favorable for our local businesses? Go right ahead. Ja.
Adasoji wants to know, what is Jamaica importing?
That me want to know too.
Oh, the article didn't say. Okay.
Didn't say. Yeah. That is something else we'd like to know too, right, Adasoji?
Yeah, surely not our men.
Yeah, it would be good to know. All right, Bank of Jamaica. Sorry.
That's wrong. You didn't hear. You heard what he said.
One sir.
He said, repeat it, Adasoji. Repeat it, Adasoji. He said Jamaica obviously is not importing the men.
Adasoji, we have enough problems in Jamaica. We don't need any more. Fair enough? Fair enough?
No, I'm just saying we have excess,
Wait a minute. Y'all have excess?
That's going to affect our balance of
Wait, y'all have
balance of
excess?
payment.
Wait a minute. Y'all have excess? I have to have a side chat with you.
What I heard him say was, when he said, what is Jamaica importing from Nigeria? I want to know what they're importing from Nigeria too. That's what I want.
I just Googled it.
What do we import?
It says 2023, Jamaica imported primarily petroleum gas from Nigeria.
Okay.
Other imports include quantities of perfume plants and flavored water. Not really sure what that means.
Flavored water?
It said flavored water. Jamaica imports from Nigeria was 160.77 million during 2023, according to the United Nations Trade database.
We import flavored water from Nigeria?
Man.
Did they say petroleum and gas?
Yeah. Oh, there's a list here. Okay. Jamaica imports from Nigeria mineral fuel oils, distillation products, oil seed, fruits, grain, seed fruits, beverages, spirits and vinegar, edible fruits and nuts, the peel of citrus fruits. Oh, interesting. Nice. Miscellaneous manufactured articles. I'm not even want to even say this, but it says bird skin, feathers, artificial flowers, human hair.
Well, the human hair we can get because the braiding thing turn up in Jamaica. But
I don't understand about the bird skin and the feathers. Essential oils, perfumes, cosmetics, clothing, not knit or crocheted, paperboard. It's a whole list here. Ooh, okay, this is a long list. I'm looking at a website called tradingeconomics.com.
But back up, you said vinegar. Vinegar is a byproduct of sugarcane. You have sugarcane plantations over there, or not use the word plantations, that's a colonial term. But you grow sugarcane over there in Nigeria?
Yes, it is.
Imagine Jamaica used to have a lot of sugarcane farms, and we traded them out for houses.
We eat the sugarcane raw.
Yeah, Imagine, we used to have a lot of sugarcane in Jamaica. On the North Coast, we had a lot of them. And we traded all of that land out for houses. And now we are import vinegar from Nigeria. Come on.
giant of Africa.
You take me in on the discussion at this point. I'm from the sugarcane belt. Good morning, everyone.
Which part that, Shirley?
Where? Clarendon.
Down in Clarendon.
When I grew up with Monimus and Yarmouth, and there was another one towards St. Catherine. So we had 3 around us. And let me tell you something. The crime rate was so much lower because everybody was doing some kind of work in the sugar factory.
Oh Jesus! We have I don't even know if Long Pond is still operating. That's in Trelawney. What the heck happened, Jamaica? And why we have to go to Nigeria? I have to agree with you, Geely. Barbados is right there. We can't source from anywhere. And I'm not bashing the Nigeria. Forgive me here, Adesoji. But why is it that we had to go all the way to the continent? What happened to the region? Not there. We have done no Caribbean island now grow no sugar again, or we can get some vinegar from them, beg them like a vinegar. Please and thank you. No, seriously. Which now leads me to ask the question, where are we getting the sugarcane from to make our RUM? And Jamaica is known to have some of the world's best RUM. So where did sugarcane come from? Because if we have to go to Nigeria for vinegar, it means we're going elsewhere for molasses, brown sugar, granulated sugar, RUM. What else we use the sugar cane for?
I think there's a small production still going on in there because unlike the other parishes, the fields in there are still open. You know, a lot of it is not gone into housing. There's still a lot of sugarcane fields in there. And Yarmouth is producing rum.
Yo.
All right, Kennedy, your mic is open.
Oh,
Yeah.
I got up here by accident. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
You can drop me down.
Oh, okay. All right, Kennedy. All right, no problem. Yeah, I understand this. We have a problem in Jamaica and quite possibly the region at large. But I'm grateful at the same time. Let me say, I am grateful that we are at least sourcing it from the country of our ancestors. If that's where I don't know if it's Nigeria or Ghana we come from. I don't really know. I mean, I got to pretend that I know. I don't know, but I know it's from West Africa. It's good to know that at least we're getting it from there. But we have a problem in the region. We have a huge problem in the region. What do you use bird skin for, Jai? You find out what bird skin used for?
No, I didn't even want to click on it.
I would want to know because cow skin is what makes leather. We use snake skin to make bags, shoes, same thing as crocodile skin to make shoes, bags, belts. So I want to know. No, I'm interested. I didn't know that bird skin could be. Hold on, let me look it up. What is bird skin used for? So bird skin is used for a variety of purposes, including scientific study, fly tying, and even as a material for clothing and other items. So like goat skin too is used for clothing. Museums and researchers utilize bird skins for long-term studies, allowing them to analyze changes in species over time and extract valuable data. Additionally, feathers from bird skins are sought after by fly tiers for creating various fishing lures. Historically, bird skin has also been used for clothing, particularly in areas where other materials were scarce. Interesting. That's another good point to Geely, because people do use chicken skin to make stock. So yeah. Some people, will take the skin off the chicken and then fry it up to make oil, and then they will cook their chicken in that oil versus using vegetable oil or canola oil.
When I first said it, I was thinking more of a smaller bird, forgetting that chickens and turkeys and things like that are and they're birds too. Oh, okay.
That's all right. It happens to all of us. Don't worry. Yeah, man. All right. Interesting. So next,
Just
yes.
one point on the vinegar and stuff, right? Most Caribbean islands, so for instance, Grenada, it is not economical to produce sugar, but it's more profitable to grow the sugar cane, make rum, export the rum at a higher price, and buy sugar at a lower price because it's cheaper to import the sugar than to buy it. So you would make money with the rum and buy the sugar. I'm not sure the process for vinegar, so I can't speak to that. But most Caribbean islands that still export rum, it is not feasible to make sugar anymore, but you could use the sugar cane to make the rum, export the rum at a premium price, and buy sugar at a cheaper cost. And it's better for the country and the balance of payment.
Well, if it makes sense that way, I'll take it. If it makes sense that way.
It is. If you look at the cost of production for sugar cane sugar, and you look at the land that's available, equipment and everything like that, it is very labor intensive in these small islands. And we can't get the volume to scale. But you could use that same acreage, produce rum, and make twice or three times the money and buy the sugar.
Okay. Reasonable. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. Go ahead, Shelley. Okay. All right. Next up, Bank of Jamaica pledges $15 million to downtown Kingston Art District. Article courtesy of JamaicaGleaner.com. On Friday, June 20, the Bank of Jamaica, BOJ, the nation's central bank, announced an impact investment of $15 million for over a 3-year period as part of Kingston Creative's Adopt a Block initiative, which seeks to ensure the creation of an art district in downtown Kingston. Who's the editor at Jamaica Gleaner? Is it supposed to be "the is after," or is it supposed to say "this is after"? Fix that. There is, and I'm reading it as I see it. Jamaica Gleaner. I'm gonna stop edit people things as me read. I'm gonna read it as it is. Whoever the editor is, falling asleep at the wheel. There is after the BOJ officially inaugurated a significant piece of public art titled The Arches of Cultural Wealth at the intersection of Duke Street and Peters Lane in downtown Kingston. This new work of art was created by visual artist Pamela Chang, a young artist hailing from Mandeville, Manchester. Chang explained that this mural is a celebration of Jamaica's rich cultural heritage and the dynamic evolution of our monetary systems. She was supported in its execution by artists Marvin Hibbert, Chanel Davis, and Javon Vassell. The mural is a central part of the BOJ's multi-year commitment to downtown Kingston and part of Kingston Creative's thrust to seek to have 8 city blocks of water lane adopted by corporate entities. The BOJ is the 7th entity to go on board, so only 1 block remains to be adopted. Kingston Creative is a non-profit organization dedicated to using art, culture, and creativity to drive social and economic transformation in Jamaica. Through public art projects, creative entrepreneurship programs, and community development initiatives, Kingston Creative is transforming downtown Kingston into a vibrant art district and creative hub where it has established several eye-catching murals and brick roads so far. Okay. 1 more block to go. We need another corporate investor so we can uplift the visual in the community. And it is an attraction. We have a lot of locals who go there and take photos. I've seen the images on social media, and I must say the artists are talented. Kudos to all of you. Thank you, Alvi. All right, next hop. Jamaica to petition King Charles III on reparations for slavery. Are we really having another reparations conversation? How did the first one go? Have those conversations come to an end? According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Jamaica is set to take a significant legal step in its long-standing pursuit of reparations for the enslavement of its African ancestors. The government will petition King Charles III, Jamaica's de facto head of state, to refer 3 key questions concerning reparations to the Privy Council for advice. Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Olivia Grange, announced the move on Tuesday during her contribution to the 2025-26 sectoral debate in the House of Representatives. We are petitioning King Charles III. We are taking our demand for reparations from the United Kingdom for the enslavement of our African ancestors into another phase. We will be submitting a petition to refer to the Privy Council a set of questions that we want answered within his current position as head of state of Jamaica. The 3 questions outlined in the petition are: 1, whether the forced transport of African people from their homelands to Jamaica and their subsequent enslavement until 1833 were lawful, given that such unauthorized removal and enslavement were contrary to fundamental principles of common law, and whether any local legislation authorizing slavery was void as repugnant to English law. Number 2, whether the forced transport and subsequent enslavement of people of African descent up to 1838 constituted crimes against humanity under international law for which the United Kingdom bears responsibility. And number 3, whether given these alleged illegalities, the United Kingdom is under an obligation to provide a remedy to the Jamaican people for the forcible transport and enslavement of African people in Jamaica under British rule up to 1838, and for the continuing consequences of these acts. Minister Grange explained that the petition requests King Charles III to seek the Privy Council's legal advice on these questions under his role as Jamaica's head of state. She emphasized that this is a legal approach which complements rather than conflicts with the ongoing political dialogue on reparations. This is a legal approach. So Jamaica intends to place these 3 questions before the Privy Council in accordance with Section 4 of the Judicial Committee Act of 1833, which gives the monarch discretionary powers to refer matters of constitutional importance to the Privy Council for advice if they cannot be heard in local courts. She added that the government has consulted extensively with legal experts and that the petition is now with the Attorney General of Jamaica for formal filing on behalf of the Jamaican people. Minister Grange also noted the urgency of the petition, stating it must be submitted before Jamaica completes its transition to a republic, a move that would change its relationship with the British monarchy and the Privy Council. This legal action represents a new chapter in Jamaica's quest for reparations, signaling the government's commitment to pursuing justice through multiple avenues before constitutional changes take effect. Can I ask a question, or is it am I right in asking this question? As we are pursuing reparations, are we making a list of ways in which, if reparatory justice is acknowledged in the form of dollars and cents, do we have a list of things that the money will go towards that will benefit every single Jamaican?
You can't count chicken before it hatch. But Moise, just one question. Jamaica is transitioning into a republic. Okay? If you're in the Privy Council or the British in the King's place, what will you do with a case like that? Won't you just drag it on to see how long they could wait to turn to a republic? Because once they become a republic, then a lot of these things don't hold. So it will, or maybe they present it because they want it on record, or maybe they may say maybe other Caribbean islands who's not a republic yet could probably use it as a precedent. But yeah.
Do you think it's performative?
Maybe not necessarily, but yes, in the same, because these cases take years. I don't see you putting your republic on hold, especially since you want to be the 51st state, to wait for a ruling on reparations from the Privy Council. But I don't know. I'm not a legal expert or anything like that. So, and they say they consulted extensively. I hope they didn't pay too much money, because that money they consult extensively could have helped in the transition to the republic.
And here's the thing, Mr. President. Here's the thing. You know what? Let me shut up. I'm not nothing good for this. So that's if you're not nothing good for that. Say don't say not that job. Go ahead. Alvi,
Okay, so
morning, Alvi. Go ahead, Adesoja, and then Alvi.
okay, so you are going to sue. You're going to ask your sovereign head of state to refer himself or to refer the government that he heads on the other side to the Privy Council. Essentially, refer the UK government that he heads over to His Majesty's Court Service, of which the Privy Council is an extension. Yeah. When you talk about not understanding or not being able to read the tea leaves, this is what happens with people who just read and just start talking nonsense. The reason I say that is this. During COVID, when post George Floyd, there was a series of companies that came out in the United Kingdom and admitted to their roles in the transatlantic slavery. You're not going to get the UK government to pay you reparations. It's not gonna happen. It's not.
Let's be realistic.
And the reason I say it's not gonna happen is there was never a point in time where the UK government gave carte blanche to anyone to say you're doing this on her behalf. Individuals within of which his family, the Windsors, participated in the transatlantic slave trade. You're talking about companies like Lloyd's of London. You're talking about companies like Tate and Lye. Your companies, what's the other insurance firm? Standard Chartered Bank. Those are the kind of people you should go after. When you go after the estate, then you're serious. The fact that, what's his name? Lloyd's of London admit to their role, admit to how much they made. That is your window. That's who you should go after. Make an example of them. Then you can then go after others and say, listen, make us an offer. But beyond that, asking Prince Charles to, I said Prince Charles, sorry.
King Charles, please be respectful.
His Majesty King Charles III.
Right.
As head of the Jamaican government to refer the UK government, of which is also the head on the other side, to the Privy Council. Come on, man. You guys are just making me laugh now. It's just performative. Even here, when they get that kind of letter, they just start laughing.
Exactly. I can tell you they're laughing.
You're not going to get anything.
But let me ask a question, Adesoji. how is it that we're only going after England or the monarchy? What about Spain? The Spaniards were in Jamaica and they brought slaves to Jamaica. So why aren't
Well,
we going after Spain as well?
good question.
I've been wanting to ask this question for the longest. Is England alone and I have strength for? You can't leave Spain out of it. Spain was there. They came in when 1510 before they were driven out by the Brits in 16 something. Come on, we got to bring Spain to the table.
I'll also tell you the one that is sitting right in front of you, and you're looking beyond the Church of England.
Hi.
The Church of England.
Leave my church alone.
No, you see?
Leave the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Church out of it.
But the Church of England made money. In fact, there's a book out there titled The Interest, written by Michael Taylor. It lists everybody that, it goes into detail. You see this idea that you're going to go after the United Kingdom government. It's like, come on, people. You're not in 18. Listen, when they're playing chess, you got to bring your own A game. See, the fact that they even own up to what they're doing, and you're looking the other way and playing pretense, you're going to ask King Charles, oh, King Charles, can you refer this matter to the Privy Council? And so that the Privy Council can sit and deliberate over the three very important questions that comes from the corner of the empire. Yes, we can. Yes. Aye. And then they say, oh, well, due to the passage of time and the fact that there is no longer records to refute or agree to the fact that this stuff it did happen, we would say, and with royal assent, of course, which means he would also then stamp the fact that that case has no locus standi. Go to the Maritime Museum in England here, and there is one beautiful thing about the United Kingdom is the fact that they keep records. All of the ships that sailed towards the West Indies, they knew who owned the ships, they knew what was on those ships, they knew what money came from those ships, they knew who insured those ships. That is the kind of research you should be doing so that you can then put a case forward. You're asking Prince Charles to go and take himself before his own court. Come on, guys, you please.
So for Jamaica, it was only Spain and England. Portugal did not bring slaves to Jamaica. France did not bring slaves to Jamaica. However, yes, those two countries were heavily involved in the slave trade as well within the Caribbean and Latin America.
But Spain is one of the poorest countries in Europe.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem.
Well, but you have to accept, even if you go after a debtor, the thing is the ability to pay. If they can't pay you, what's the point of you chasing after them?
Listen, so before I hand over the mic to Alvey, let me tell you something. The mere fact that you cannot even get an apology for the atrocities out of them, you really expect that reparations going to follow? Please.
An apology is an admission of guilt. They would never.
They're not going to do it. They're not. Go ahead, Alvey. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Morning, everybody. I hope all is well. Struggle's real. All right, I'm gonna probably go beat me to this, but reparations make sense. I mean, can you pay for the sufferings that our ancestors went through? You understand? The amount of we've watched the movies, we've learned it in school, and some things were taken out of it. And now doing some research and learning what they went through, there's no payment you can tell me. You can give me for my great great grand people. That don't make no sense, right? Because even I'm with what's his name? The guy that said before. Sorry, I can't pronounce his name. Adesoji. You can't even get an apology. And what really gets me, like, Because for me, as a Jamaican who has been to college, we've been speaking about these things. Why is England even still in charge? And then no, you're saying that you're going to do the reparations, and it seems as if you don't get the reparations, it goes slow down the process of becoming a republic. What are you saying to me? For me, for the life of me, I can't see why England was even in charge. Because I mean, why we need a visa to go to England if England in charge of Jamaica? Why am I not a citizen of England? I don't understand. Not saying I want to, I'm just saying it just don't make no sense. Right?
Here's what I say, Alvi. If there's going to be any, and I agree with you, you cannot quantify pain and suffering. You really can't put a dollar figure on pain and suffering, right? And the degree to which there was pain and suffering, the complete taking advantage of building your empire on the backs of human beings.
Backs of human beings, black people like that, and then one of the things, you're discriminating against the people who build up your country. That's the problem. America is going through it. People in Britain, they're going through it in England. Racism is still there. Why are you looking at us as people who are beneath you, but you needed our help to build your country? I don't understand. I understand. So they're supposed to still. I mean, some dollars need to move still. I'm not telling no lie, because I don't want no fake apology. Some of them don't really mean it. Right. So send on the dollars and send on the properties that we are owed. But don't bother things say you sending on the little reparations or get little forgiveness. I'm not telling you no lie. Not telling you.
Alvi, here's what. Hold on, Mr. President. Here's what I request, Alvi. We want free education. Let them pay for it. Let every child that is born in the country of Jamaica get free education at the expense of the monarchy or England, the United Kingdom, right? Free education. We're supposed to, them supposed to come in and overhaul, make sure we have first world healthcare systems in place. Let them come in. They are the ones who should be managing our roads, not China. They're the ones who should be giving us the roads, not China. They're the ones who should be propping us up properly, not China. We need, that is the kind of, if you're talking about reparations, that is what I'm looking for. An overhauling of our infrastructure, seeing to it that we are at a, well, we are already first world, but above first world standards. That's what I'm looking for. But go ahead, Mr. President. Thank you for your patience.
Well, I wouldn't say you cannot pay for reparations, right? You cannot. Though it may not be, it's hard to quantify. We see the Jewish community to this day is benefiting not from all over from the atrocities they went through the Holocaust. And we don't see anybody in the West complaining that and asking why you pay the Jews for what was done to them in Germany. All right. So it's not a matter of whether or not it's all right. I think the approach have to be different. As Adosoji rightfully say, the church, Lords of London, the JP Morgans, and all the institutions that you have on a record of benefiting, you go after them. Secondly, Alvi, we could say, okay, we cannot make a case for reparations. However, the government in England have just finished not too long paying out owners of slaves. When slavery was abolished, there are people who had slaves who have been compensated handsomely for years for the loss of property and so on. So there is an argument to be had, and there is a fight to be had. I don't know if we could win it, but there is a fight to be had. However, I am not optimistic that the government of the US, England, or any of these players will get up one day and just find Jesus and tell yourself they will compensate you for the wrong things they're doing. Because while they were doing the wrong things, they had Jesus in the right hand and the whip in the left. So it's not like they're gonna find some altruistic motive now, and they some divine intervention, and they will say, "Oh, these people is deserving of any kind of money." That would not happen. But the way we're going about it, King Charles have not even apologized. And he was asked to apologize for slavery. Have never even apologized. He won't give you money. He can't give you an apology.
They're not gonna
You understand?
Yeah.
But I think we have to change the fight.
Yeah, we have to come a
And
different way.
We have to also be mindful that we're suing them in their own court. This is like taking Donald Trump to the Supreme Court here on something that there is no precedent on. He will win. He appoint the court.
Well, we've seen that. We've seen
So, but there is a case to be made, which I think we're making it in the wrong places.
I think,
and I think what we have to also do is the people are going after reparations. We have to spend the time to go to the libraries, as Adosoji said, find the records, publish it, appeal to public sentiment, make the knowledge public knowledge as to all the companies and so that was invested, the amount of money they made, the amount of slaves, the atrocities that happened. You understand? The institution like the JP Morgan Chase and all them people that, and all the banks and so that benefit, Bank of England and all them people that benefited from this thing, Lloyds of London, right? You have to go and make a case, get the facts, and put it out there in people's face and publish it to say these are the people, that's where they make their money from. And then you probably will have a better case against them. But you going to have a court case that the public probably don't even hear about, no matter how much information you have there, it's irrelevant. We have to start to, it's better we go on a campaign, a social media campaign to publish these records and expose this, because a lot of them are still prominent businesses today. But guess what? Then that will go against some of our faith, because we are devout Anglicans and we are devout Christians. And when you say, oh, the church was involved in slavery, that deep? No. Start to question yourself. And you know, in the Caribbean, we don't ever question the church. So that is another. But yeah, there is a case to make. I just think we're making it in the wrong place.
So before you go, Shelley, we have a question from Ja in the chat. Ja's question, where did the money come from to pay the use? So Germany and your tax dollars are still giving them some benefits there.
So why I brought that up is because it's always used as a comparison. And there's one major thing we can't compare. This all has to do with accountability and skin color. We will never, ever be repaid for something that you're not going to admit to because they feel that it was warranted. We were placed here to make all these other so-called people benefit from our blood, sweat, and tears. It's not going to happen. I am so over this reparation conversation. It's not going to happen. It's just not.
Yeah.
And I agree that what Mr. President just said, we can do a social, thing on social media. It's not even, for me, it's not even to make awareness, because I believe more than not, people do know this. But there's no way, because for all those companies to admit and to pay will be a collapse of what this ism is. And it's not going to happen.
You brought up something which I want to touch on, but I'm going to have it's Shelley, then Alvi, and then back to me, because I'm going to read something and I want to touch on something you just said, Jack. Go right ahead, Shelley.
Hey, I think
could I just say something quick based on what Javed said? Yeah, Javed.
Mr. President, you can go ahead. I'll wait.
No, Javed, what I'm saying is, I agree with you. I don't see any reparation coming out of that. But what I think is the reparation movement, if we change the strategy to informing people, even if we get nothing out of it, what we will do, we would enlighten the youths to come as to some of the stuff that happened the mentality would have a shift. You see the same thing happening in, for instance, in African countries, let's say Burkina Faso, where people are now, Thomas Sankara is now on the tip of people's tongue. And there are people who didn't even know who Thomas Sankara was before Abraham Traore coming in place. And now they know, okay, this guy was there in 1983, 1980s, right? And these are the same programs he was trying to implement. And here we have a leader that is doing that. Now, their whole concept now of Burkina Faso has changed because of the poverty and so on, one of the poorest country in the world and stuff. Now they say, no, we're not poor, we were just exploited. But now we know where our history lies. Now we know what happened to us, and we are determined that it wouldn't happen again. So approaching reparation from that perspective and giving the information and exposing the companies and so the people that was involved in it would awaken an awareness in the generation to come that even if they're not getting any compensation, it can change the mindset going forward. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Shelley, and then Alvi, and then back to me. Go ahead.
Okay, I think Jeff said a lot of the things that I had on my mind, and it's the fact that the issue of reparation, I've thought about it for a long time, and I don't think we should go at the UK for reparation because it's not going to happen. And most of us on this platform are adults, and somebody at some point must have hurt us in some kind of way. And at some point, we learned that when people hurt us, we yearn for them to understand the hurt that they have done to us. And we have to we have to learn to heal ourselves without that hurt. So I am not even looking forward to them admitting what they did because they're not going to admit. However, I think if Jamaica was strategic enough, I think they should go for other things, as in support for the youth groups. And I think they should package the reparation in another way. Like, we need some community youth group because of the crime that is happening. We need a list of practical things. And as it relates to that time when it was David Cameron came to Jamaica and offered them money for prison, listen to me. I was so in objection for them to turn that money down. How you gonna turn that money down? You can take it for the prison and build a factory in the prison. You mean that you couldn't take that money and do something within the prison rather than or
to rehabilitate?
Precisely. Since it's for prison, what we gonna do with that money? We gonna take it and put it in the community so the people don't come into the prison, but it's for the same thing. It's for prison prevention, not to build prison, because we don't want any more prison. And I think I noticed that Alvin mentioned something in the chat that if we look at the history of the education that we have in Jamaica right now, the plantation owners kind of did some amount of justice with the education system. We had gotten a lot of grants when they got paid over, and the universities of the West Indies, in Trinidad and Barbados and Jamaica, at least they left us that. You know, they can do better, but we are going to have to repackage the word and ask for other things instead of going in for the word reparation.
I agree. Thank you, Cupcake. I agree, Shelley. Go ahead, Alvi.
Listen, I'm gonna listen on this one. I'm listening on this one. I'm learning.
Yeah.
I agree with Shelley 100%.
Yeah. All right. So let me read something here. And it's so funny that I guess AI does listen, right? So I'm going to read something. Then I pass the mic on to Adesoji. So how would reparations benefit Jamaica? And we can remove Jamaica and put any Caribbean island there. So let's go. Reparations could significantly benefit Jamaica by addressing the enduring impacts. Woo, if I lose any connection, folks, we're having some serious thunderstorms outside. All right, so reparations could significantly benefit Jamaica by addressing the enduring impacts of slavery and colonialism. Specifically, reparations could fund crucial development projects in areas like education, thank you for listening, AI, healthcare, thank you again, and infrastructure, contributing to a more equitable and prosperous society. Furthermore, they could facilitate the restoration of cultural heritage and address the psychological trauma resulting from historical injustices. So let's do a deeper dive. Economic development and infrastructure. Funding for critical infrastructure. Reparations could provide the financial resources to upgrade schools, hospitals, roads, and other essential infrastructure, thereby improving the living conditions for all Jamaicans. And I never me write this, people. And I me write this. It's our conversations, right? Support for sustainable development. Funds could be directed towards developing new industries, promoting agriculture, and fostering technological advancements, creating economic opportunities, and reducing dependence on external aid. Debt relief. Reparations could be used to negotiate debt forgiveness with international lenders, freeing up national resources for domestic development. I guess we've had these conversations so much that AI just capture what we said because we've spoken about every single one of these things. We have presented these as alternatives because nobody wants to write a check per se so that every Jamaican gets money. No, they're not gonna do that. But these are other alternative ways. Then let us talk about number 2, social and cultural revitalization. And I think some of the things were just brought up here. Educational opportunities. Reparations could fund free education at all levels, including tertiary education, empowering future generations. And I want to add to this, every Jamaican should be allowed to go to university to get to secure at least their first degree free of cost over there in England. If not England, at the University of the West Indies or a university of their choosing. All right. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Healthcare improvements. Funds could be allocated to improve healthcare services, including mental health care. And we need those services desperately in Jamaica, and addressing diseases like HIV/AIDS. Then there is the restoration of cultural heritage. Reparations could help preserve and promote Jamaican culture, language, and traditions, fostering a stronger sense of national identity. And with the cultural heritage, let us bring in Babsy Grange's ministry here now. When we talked about just this week, yesterday and the day before, we have sincere concern as it relates to our athletes being lured away because we can't afford them, right? Okay, so herein, we could use this money to promote our athletes, to promote their talent so that them can, take care of themselves and their families. But anyway, let me not digress. Then there is the addressing of historical trauma. Reparations could support programs aimed at healing the psychological wounds inflicted by slavery and colonialism, including access to mental health services and cultural healing practices. Number 3, addressing historical wrongs, formal apology and acknowledgement. Reparations would involve a formal apology from former colonizing powers for their role in the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism, acknowledging the profound harm inflicted on the Jamaican people. Reparations for human rights violations. Reparations could be seen as a form of justice for the enslavement, displacement, and exploitation of African people in Jamaica. Return of stolen artifacts and cultural property. Reparations could also involve the return of artifacts and cultural treasures taken from Jamaica during colonial rule. And then there's number 4, rebuilding trust and fostering reconciliation. Restoring faith in the justice system. Reparations could help restore faith in the justice system by acknowledging past injustices and working towards a more equitable future. Also, reparations could fund the overhauling of our laws in Jamaica, these antique laws that are no longer relevant. Yeah, reparations could pay for that. Strengthening national unity. Addressing historical wrongs through reparations could foster a sense of national unity and reconciliation, bringing Jamaicans together around a shared vision for a future. In essence, Reparations represent a comprehensive approach to addressing the legacy of slavery and colonialism, promoting sustainable development, and fostering a more just and equitable society for all Jamaicans. I want to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station, MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime, to everyone listening and watching on YouTube, and everyone right here with me on TikTok. Do not forget to subscribe to the Coffee and Toe YouTube channel, and we also invite our TikTokers to become a subscriber for exclusive content coming soon. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off when you shop today at www.grantcoffeehouse.com and use the code CoffeeInToe20 at checkout. And also brought to you in part by LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. It is 10 minutes before the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, Jano Radio listeners, remember to switch over to Jano Radio News and Talk. Adesoji, the mic is yours.
Yes, I was saying earlier that the British, they do like to record their stuff. And so we know the following things I'm going to say for a fact, and everything is documented. You can look it up online. On 10 minutes past 3, September 8, 2022, Prince Charles became King Charles III, right? And in so doing, he inherited from
Mama.
Her Majesty 15.2 billion in assets. Okay, of that 15.2 billion in assets, the origin of said assets could be traced down to the transatlantic slave trade. How do we know that for a fact? King Edward VIII, who unalived all his wife, even including the one that bore him the only child, who happened to be Elizabeth I. Elizabeth I will go on to become queen. And in becoming queen, she was shown a ledger by a Captain John Hawkins. Captain John Hawkins had the previous couple of years been a slave trader. So showed the queen at that time the ledger. The queen then decided, whoa, these are eye-popping profits. I should want to partake in this. And partake she did. She asked the yard in Southampton to build her a ship. Do you know what she named that ship? She named her first slave voyaging ship the Good Ship Jesus. Yes. That's what she named her ship. She subsequently made eye-watering profits as the one she saw in the ledger before. And she continued. There is no record of any time that she stopped. So you can be rest assured that 15.2 billion that young Charles inherited, there is the root of that in it. So Jamaica asking King Charles to go, I was like, come on, people, understand who you're standing next to, what they represent. It's a joke when you do that. It's almost as if we're being led by donkeys. That's what it means. Understand who you're standing next to. These guys, yes, they can do, ha, ha, ha. Oh, yes, oh, such lovely weather you have here. The natives are a treasure unto the eyes. But they don't really see you like that. They don't. You know? And so for people who want to do more research, you could go on www.slavevoyages.org. You would see the ships, 3D moving across. You would see at some point, it's almost, you get lost in the maze of ships, just going back and forth. Yeah, that's one. But if you need a physical copy of how the British got involved and overtook everybody else when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, read the Spanish what's his name again? Gustavo Uguera. So Uguera is spelled Ugerer, and it's tied to the apprenticeship of Mediterranean British slavery. The Mediterranean apprenticeship of British slavery. It tells you everything everybody did, including the church. You know, so again, please, come on, Jamaicans, do better. It's all right, do better. I yield.
One quick thing I want to say. Though I don't think we would ever get reparations, I don't want people to think, when it comes to giving Black people reparation, everybody is, who you give the money and how it will go and who would benefit and how it will distribute and what we should do with it. I don't even want to hear them conversations. You know why? Because when it came to giving the Jews reparations for the Holocaust, they find ways to do it. And they're still finding ways to do it. I don't care who get it. If there is reparations to be given, give it. It's the same reason they're using for holding the Benin bronze in museums in England and all the artifacts that was stolen from African countries. We hold it here for safekeeping because the Africans can take care of it for themselves. It's the same reason why King Leopold, though he probably unalive 50 times the amount of people that Hitler did, they are not recognized. That atrocities is not recognized, and he is still seen as King Leopold. The person that lived that is probably closest to the devil. And this is the reason why we have to stop saying, we can't do this, I can't do that. They will not do it. But if it is due, I don't care what, even if you give it to a country and they squander it, they thief it, they do whatever they want with it. If it is due, it is due. Let us stop saying when it comes to giving Black people stuff, they can't manage it, they're not capable. And then when you have countries like the Sahel states, Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and then decide, okay, we're taking back all our resources to manage ourselves, everybody have a problem. So let us stop saying it, because even today, the Jewish people are being compensated for the Holocaust. So there is no reason why Black people cannot be compensated for slavery. I know the system would not do it and we're going against the grain, but there is no reason to say, why forget? No, forget nothing. Let's not forget it.
Sure.
Other than that, let us forget the Holocaust.
So I see what you're saying, Mr. President, but we have to be strategic. Unfortunately, we have to understand the landscape we have to navigate. We have to meet them in their madness and find a way in, because if we keep the steady approach of just the money, them not hear what we are saying. So we have to come on next week, just like all them trick way. We have to trick them back. Go ahead, Mr.
I understand, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
Let's use the approach I also just say. Let's start going to the archives and go to individual families and stuff. And if you want the king to do something for you, go to him and tell him to explain how he get half his 3/4 his estate. And that is a starting point.
Shelley, Adesoji, and then Alvi. Go ahead, Shelley, then Adesoji, and then to Alvi.
Again, you made the points that I'm making. And Mr. President, one of the things you have to realize when you're fighting, you have to recognize what your opponents see you as or who you are. It's the same thing when we work in healthcare in America and we're Black. If you're the doctor, if you're the head of the department and you're Black, there are certain races who don't want to see you. We have to recognize that we're not the Jews. We're Black. They don't value us. They don't see us as a certain way. And they don't admit that they have done anything wrong to us because we're just nobody. That is what we're going to use with all the other information that Adesoji mentioned, what they have. And we're going for that. So we're going to say, the amount of organization that Prince Charles run with all of the money they won't have. The amount of charitable organization that all the royals are into. In them, me a go for money. The United Kingdom or England is the one that started the YMCA. If I even say, listen, we need a YMCA in a Jamaica, in a every parish, and we don't have no money to pay the people them. So my thing is, everything that you're saying is true. It's not that it's not true, Mr. President and other Soji. It's not that they have not reaped the benefit on the back of our foreparents, but they don't value us. And we could say it until the cows come home. We are invaluable to them. But we have to be smarter than them and beat them at their own game. And we need a YMCA in every parish, and we don't have the funds to pay them, so we need the money to pay them too. So I just think the reparation package is not going to cut it. So we need to go into the same money where other soldiers mentioned, and we need to get it under one other package. That is what I believe.
And that is why, Shelley, I push for things that are tangible that we can see. The infrastructure, healthcare, education, services. That is how we're going to get them. Them now go look for me no other way, unfortunately. Go ahead, Alvi. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. I'm here listening, and I understand what Shelley is saying, where they think that we are not valuable to them. But you have to understand that the reason why the Jews were in that situation is because they never valued them either, right? So for me, my unprofessional opinion, I agree with the other two gentlemen up there, because we have to get to a point where we are valuable. And a lot of times information is not given to us because Africa is valuable. It is. The Caribbean islands are valuable. It's just that persons are not seeing that. They have this thing where they have over us. And that's the thing, with us Black people, we need to read more. Because it's not until after, and I'm a fault at that too, it's not until after the war in Africa with Ibrahim, I started to realize how powerful Africa was. Right? So for me, we need to, if they don't value us, we need to be valuable. And that's why I agree with the host by saying that we need to get education. We need to have the reason why the Jews are valuable is because you can't do nothing now in the world without them to a certain extent. Business either. If you want to be the top of the top, you have to run with them. So what I'm saying is that we need to get where we need to be. We are valued, right? And the problem is that we are separated. The Jews move in unity. The problem is that now the Caribbean islands and Africa, we are moving separately. We need to move as one. And when we move as one, we will be valuable because most of the stuff that the world needs, Africa has it. We need to stop thinking about the white powerhouse. We have Black powerhouses as well of the world. It's just that we need to back them 100%. That's just my take.
And that line that you have taken, Alvi, is something we talk about here almost every day. Unity within our own community. We don't, and I'm glad Mr. President put it in the chat. Yes, they don't value us, but we have to value ourselves. How many times have we said that here? We don't respect each other. We don't value each other. I alluded to that this morning in the article as it related to investment in Jamaica. We are in the Caribbean as a whole. We bow down, roll out the red carpet if someone is coming from Europe or the North America, but we don't roll it out for our own people because in our own minds, we can't do nothing. We don't know nothing. Look at how we treat each other when we walk. Somebody's mic is open. Look at how we treat each other when we walk into our business places. We talk about how the Jamaican restaurants operate here in the US, and it seems to be a thing worldwide. We don't even appreciate the fact that you chose to come into my business to support me so that I can pay my staff. My staff don't even appreciate, say, you the customer come in there so that them have a job. So it starts there, Alvi. learning to appreciate each other, respecting each other, finding value in each other. And as you said, Alvi, moving as a unit is the only way we are going to be respected. You think they must study we just like how we are study them? And as a matter of fact, I don't even think we're studying them, but they're busy studying us. And that is how they know how to turn us into consumers and keep us as consumers. Welcome to the stage, DJ Chemist. Thank you so much for coming up. Just want to let you know we are live on internet radio, live on YouTube, as well as here on TikTok. Please go right ahead.
Hi, morning, everyone.
Good morning, DJ Chemist. Good morning. Or afternoon for me.
Hi, nice
Afternoon for me.
conversation. Is after? Okay. Okay. All right. So this is a very nice conversation, and I am listening to all that has been said. I just want to give my opinion on the entire thing. My opinion is that we are in a fight and we do not understand the fight that we're in. Today, for me, there's not much difference between today and what was happening in the days of slavery. There's not much difference. It's just something that has been refined so that there's less killing of white farmers. The
Use
fight
unalive and
now,
use unalive and don't use
yeah,
Unalive, yeah.
yeah. So the fight now is an economical fight, and there are systems, lots of systems put in place to keep us down. Now, when persons want to stay in that fight and to fight themselves out using their system, it's all good and well for those persons, and I hope it really works out for them. But the truth is to understand that we need to step out of that system and create our own. Ibrahim Traore is an example of that, of stepping out of their system and finding our own systems and making ourselves come to the top of the game. Because when you're in a system that your politics is always manipulated, who gets chosen or who they put in place, there's no way you can win. And there are many more systems set in place to keep us this way. I mean, it's not that Black people haven't tried since slavery to step up and be on top. But whenever you have a Black person or a set of Black persons that understand the fight and are taking the right approach to this fight, then they themselves are unalive. I mean, you look at the various leaders that we've had. Marcus Garvey, once he starts educating persons on what is happening and how to move with what is happening, he's unalive. Malcolm X, I mean, if you're not even looking at individuals, look at the Black Wall Street. Look at Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, because Gaddafi came with his own system and he was doing so much for Libya. If you guys should research what Muammar Gaddafi was doing for Libya, then you'd understand. Same thing with Thomas Sankara. And now Ibrahim Traore, he's doing the same thing. He's not fighting their fight. He's not playing by their rules. He's doing his own thing. And it's working so well for Burkina Faso right now. And they're trying so hard to unalive him. So the thing is not even about reparation, getting back money or whatever the case is, because to me, we can start from where we're at and get to the top. It's about understanding the system, creating your own system, stepping away from their systems, and developing your country, developing yourself developing your race. We need good leaders to do it. We really need good leaders to do it. And we need a lot more than good leaders, because what is happening now is that when you go against a certain system, then the propaganda machine goes out and they create a narrative against you, and they use that as a reason to attack you. Thank God for social media, that persons are seeing the truth of different situations. For example, look at what's happening now in Israel, with Israel and Iran. I mean, in my opinion, Israel is the one causing all the problems in the Middle East. But Israel never gets blamed. If you follow mainstream media, Israel is the victim. And even though they bomb Gaza day in, day out.
I have to be careful the words we use, because I have been banned before.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me be more mindful of that. Yes. Even though Gazans are unalived in the thousands, children, women unalived in the thousands, Israel is still the victim, and they're doing nothing wrong. Right? So we need to understand the system and understand that in this system, if we don't know how to fight this system, we will never be recognized. We will always be seen as how we are seen in the system, because God, we don't understand what we're doing. We don't understand. We're trying to fit in the system and find a way in the system. When it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You have to step away from it. Create your own systems. Right? We have to do that, or else continually we'll be seen as how we are right now.
Yeah.
That's my 2 cents on this thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution, DJ Chemist. Great conversation indeed. Anybody else? Shelly, go right ahead.
This conversation lead me to think something that Alvi typed in the chat, and I'd like to ask the question on that. She says we need to own more, and something that I've absolutely thought about as Jamaican. We complain, and we're talking about a lot of different topics, and the same goes for a lot of different countries. But let's pinpoint Jamaica a little bit. We complain all the time that most of the big industries in Jamaica are owned by you know who.
Owned by who?
I said you know who. The color, you know. So Alvi said we need to own more. Let's talk about that. Can we?
Actually, I should come in here. We spoke about that almost every show here on several fronts, because we even speak about, for instance, in the Caribbean, you have a hotel that you need to put up. And we was asking why we can't create an investment vehicle where ordinary people in the diaspora could invest into a country, back into their home country, to fund that project that's run by professionals, and they get a return on their investment, as opposed to we go into foreign direct investment where you have one person owning everything. Talking about owning more, it is my understanding that some of the factories and stuff, that tomato factories and other stuff that's going on in Burkina Faso, is owned by the people of Burkina Faso. So it's my understanding the same way they created investment vehicles so that people could invest into these factories. They get the employment, they do the production and everything, and the benefit come back to them. I don't see any reason why we can't do that within the region. And these are stuff we speak up every day. We talk about collaborations and so between countries and so, where we could invest in each other countries as opposed to going out. There are opportunities.
Is it me or Mr. President?
And we have spoken to extensive lengths about that. But somehow we think when we talk financing, we think external finance. Do you know the Caribbean banks are some of the best funded banks in the world? That even during all the COVID and all the shocks that happened, they still was able to sustain it because why? We were taught to go to school, work, save our money, and put it there. So if you look at the average person in the Caribbean, the average bank account gets nothing in return. They're probably paying fees to keep their money there. But we were taught to just bank our money and keep it safe. Now the bank is taking that same money and investing it and lending it out and making millions on it. But we thinking it's safe there. Why don't we have investment vehicles where some people could take these money, even where the government could provide certain guarantees, the same guarantees you give to certain investors when they come in, provide that same incentives and guarantees and tax breaks to the people inside. And I'm telling you, if we change that mindset and get that paradigm shift in our head, we will have funds to do projects. We will be so surprised that we don't have to go and get all this predatory lending. It's about time we default on every Caribbean country decide to default on every World Bank and IMF project. Just default. Don't pay it. Don't pay it. Tell them we're not paying it. Get out. You all had enough. You all made enough. Just default. And if we really want funding, even so, in the current structures as thing goes, even if we want funding, stop going to these institutions. Look at Africa. Listen, Trinidad have manufacturing power and lots of manufacturing we're not exporting. Jamaica could do more. Well, Guyana now is off to the races because it's going to the highest bidder. Everybody's trying to grab a piece of Guyana now. So when we're talking the Caribbean now, we have to kind of talk lightly about Guyana. But there is a lot that can be done. I often say, look at the Windward Island banana that disappeared. Why did we allow Windband to disappear? Because geese could not buy our bananas anymore. When the same Windward Island, them 4 islands, they could produce probably enough bananas for the rest of the Caribbean where there is a shortfall. Because Jamaica and them could produce a certain quantity for themselves. But islands like Barbados and so you could subsidize that. You could create markets. We have fisheries. I could speak from Grenada perspective. During the season, we cannot consume the fish we haul. And yet still there are islands where you cannot get fish, even within sometimes the same country. The distribution and so. So there is a lot we can do for ourselves and invest in ourselves. But we have the concept, whenever the word investment come in our mind, we think foreigner. Investment project, we think somebody coming in. A project to be done, we think somebody that's a millionaire. We're not looking at what is required to fund the project and run the project properly and the returns of the project, We're looking at, oh boy, who we gonna get that money from? So we come out of slavery, but we're running our countries, going to this same institution, hat in hand, as though we're begging. Then they come, they take our resources, they make the money, they give us pennies on the dollar, literally, and then keep us poor. Then you have idiots in the IMF and them who knows nothing about our economy, who some of them didn't even go to school and learn their coursework properly, but they're coming to advise our government. Some of them cannot even advise their father, but they come to advise our government on structural adjustment programs and things that is in place to so-called improve our economy. And 30, 40, 100 years later, not a single economy has improved from the advice that they have given. That is why Thomas Sankara has said, if you want me to deal with the IMF, show me one country where the IMF was successful and I would implement the program. And they could not show him a single one. But yet still we keep going to the IMF and them. I'm thinking they're helping us do what? To remain poor? Mm-hmm. If we have to suffer, let us suffer making our own mistakes. Mm-hmm. But we need a paradigm shift because oftentimes our politicians are educated in the same universities that is designed to make sure that our policies is aligned to the same colonial powers. We keep taking square pegs and putting them in wrong holes, and we copy pasting from the US and those places into Caribbean and into Africa and into cultures that cannot we paste into. And then we wonder why we're constantly failing. And we're not failing for the lack of brilliance, because we have a lot of brilliant people. But guess what? The minute time they raise their head, somebody is knocking it out. Because the powers that be, yes, people in place, give them lavish salaries and deals and whatever. Tell them they're educated. Some of them have more degrees than thermometers and don't have an ounce of common sense. It is the fact, moments. And these are the people that are running our economies. And a lot of the brilliant people with brilliant ideas, they just push them aside because we have to use precedent from the same institution that failed us for 100 years. So why are we still going to this institution? The IMF and the World Bank and these cuts have never helped us. They own all our data. They know everything about us. And we still going to them begging when we have the products. Anyhow, I don't want to take up the whole show. Are you?
Mindset, Mr. President, mindset. Free yourselves from mental slavery, point blank. And it goes back to how we see each other. It goes right back to how we see each other. I tell you, if you're doing a psychology major, social media is a perfect place. Human behavior. Great place to come and do an analysis study. May I tell you, what gets suppressed? And I can tell you based on my posts alone. Hang on a second, chemist. I can tell you from my posts alone. Whenever I put a post up that anything to do with news, it barely gets pushed out. You know what gets pushed out? The foolishness from my post. Yeah. The foolishness that I post is what gets sent out. I have seen other content creators of color who are struggling too. And they're wondering why is it them can't get past a certain point. And they will sit and tell them do every recommended thing out there. You know, when we respect and support each other, when the person has made it, they have to be at a certain level, and then that's when everybody else comes on board. Everybody sits on the outside and watches and watches and watches. And then that's when we start to support each other. We see it on social media. We see it in business. We see it in how we exist, how we coexist. So the first thing we have to do is change our mindset. It starts there. How do I see you? How do you see me? Do I find value in you? Do you find value in me? Mindset.
I would say this win the conversation of the week. Everybody get an A.
Thank you, Shelley. Go ahead, chemist, because I know you wanted to say something. Go right ahead. Chemist?
Yes, with this social media, we must be mindful that social media is governed by algorithms. And it's who wants to push what in the algorithm. We must be mindful of that. Mr. President mentioned about persons governing their country that they're not qualified. He just stopped short of saying idiots governing the country. And then you have the qualified person who will never get there. And there's a system in place for that. As I mentioned before, most of our elections are manipulated. Most of our elections are manipulated, and who wins our elections is who they want to be in power. Because believe it or not, the CIA is very active in the Caribbean, has been very active for decades in the Caribbean. And I'm so happy for Mr. Trump when he stopped US aid, because that program was used to do a lot of wrongs to Black people, including regime change in African, Caribbean, Middle Eastern countries. Right, so we have to be mindful of the systems in place, and we have to know what these systems are. We have to know what these systems are so that we can combat them. And until we do this, these people will always have the upper hand. They will always have the upper hand.
Yeah, we've echoed those sentiments here, especially Mr. President. And we've played videos here from leaders across the continent of Africa where the best thing ever, and that is why I think I said it just this week, there is a silver lining in everything that's going on. And there is much to be gained from what is going on. I can't remember which article it was that we were reading, and we ventured into this conversation where now we are seeing unlikely collaborations. We're now seeing discussions being had by countries that felt as though everything had to go through the US. It's an awakening. It's a rebirth, if you want to call it that. And we have to be appreciative of it. Yes, there is the bitter side of it. But those of us who are thinking a little deeper and thinking more strategic will see the benefits to be had from what is going on. Right now, I think it was yesterday we had the article with the closing of the gap with the countries in Africa and China, Brazil, and which country was it? China, and they're fine. So they're now speaking to each other financially, doing trade in the Chinese currency, cutting out trading in the US dollar, which was the international way of transacting. So these things had to happen. Yes, the USAID, the United Nations. The United Nations has been in Haiti for how long? And what has been solved in Haiti? Tell me. Boots have been on the ground in Haiti since Wapi killed Philip from Jesus was a little boy. And what has been gained? We have all these organizations that as a child, and I will admit, as a child, you respected these organizations, right? Because of how they were positioned and presented in media. So every time you would hear about a deal being struck with the IMF, you say, oh, yes, yes. You'd celebrate it because we were not being told the truth about the inner workings and the intentions. But as you said, Chemist, we are appreciative of social media. We're grateful for those who had the talent, who God bestowed upon them the vision and the talent to create technology so that we now have access to information. Now we can be educated. I am grateful for the folks that come here every day, my support system, and everyone is able to educate and shed light and raise an awareness. And this is how we make a change. But now you have the information. What's the next step? What is our next step? Because we can get into a space of information overload. And then we just sit there in it.
Information without no action.
So we're still stagnant. So now we have the information. What is the next step? It is important. It would behoove us to get under the skins of our leaders, our representatives. Stay on them. Stay on them. Force them to change. Force them. You have to force change. Change never one day came easy. Never one day. You think the abolition of slavery came easy? You think the people just get up one day and say, oh, yes, we've made enough money. All right, let everybody be free. No. Go ahead, chemist, and then we're going to move on.
Just want to tell everybody to just tap the screen so that we can enact this what do you call it, this thing that I just spoke about, the algorithm. So just tap the screen, get the likes up there, yeah, so that we can play to this algorithm. Another thing I want to say, this is a platform a lot of people are listening. I have something in mind. I would love to see flights from Africa, doesn't matter which country in Africa, to the Caribbean, because then my vacation destinations will definitely change. So anybody we can talk to, we can spread the words. We would love to have flights from Africa to the Caribbean, from the Caribbean to Africa. That's the second thing. Third thing now, the real issue, the next step. We have to be mindful of the next step. Because as I said before, once you step out of that system, then you'll be watched. And then if you have stepped out far enough, then the propaganda machine goes against you. And once it goes against you and they start plotting against you, you're in danger, whether it be you as an individual or you as a country. So you have to be careful of the next step. I would say follow Ibrahim Traore, because we need to seek political alliance with countries that can have our backs if we want to make the next step. We have to seek those alliances, because when these people come against you, you better be strong. You have to be strong.
You have to be.
Yeah.
You have to
So you have to do things like Traore is doing, you know, seek political alliances. I mean, there are bodies nowadays that a lot of countries want to join, and those bodies are more aligned with our agendas, our way of life, and so on. You know, we need to seek political alliance, and we need to start put things in place to get out of that system.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the next step. Yeah.
Thank you, chemist. And I want to say thank you to everyone. And I can guarantee you we'll have more of these conversations again. 29 minutes before the top of the hour. Want to say thank you once again to everyone listening online. QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in and listening. Wherever you are in the world, I appreciate you. And of course, TikTok. Thank you for being the voice of Coffee Intel. Thank you to each and every one. All right. Next up, we did the one, yeah, imports. Okay. Next up, we did Bank of Jamaica. Yeah. We're done with Jamaica. We're done with it. Tactical police deployed to Trinidad's Piarco International Airport. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Security at Piarco International Airport in Trinidad has been significantly strengthened with the deployment of heavily armed tactical police units and sniffer dogs in a move aimed at preventing criminal activity and safeguarding one of the country's most vital transit hubs. The initiative was officially launched on Tuesday afternoon at the airport's VIP lounge, where Police Commissioner Alistair Guevaro outlined the importance of the new security measures. To those who believe they can test the seams of the system, know this: we are not reactive, we are ready, Guevaro stated, adding that this deployment is just the beginning of a broader strategy to bolster public safety nationwide. The commissioner pointed to recent incidents at or near the airport, including the unaliving of Arkin Kwashi in April and the armed robbery of the Pita Pita outlet in June, as justification for the elevated response. He described the use of 30 rounds of ammunition in the Kwashi case as evidence of the extreme threat level faced by law enforcement. Time for us to go down in our coffee pot, our entertainment news out of the Caribbean corner. Sounds of the Caribbean to celebrate DJs and sound systems that shaped Caribbean American culture. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. I just remembered, Lord of mercy. There is a video that I came across. Yesterday we spoke about Shelly-Ann retiring, right? She was giving a speech, and I have a snippet of that speech. I want us to listen real quick. I'm sorry to backtrack. I gotta put you on pause for 1 second. Sounds of the Caribbean. Hold on. Let's
I
listen to
noticed
this.
that there were some kids running barefooted. And I remember that years ago, I ran barefooted in high school, in primary school. And I said, for what we have accomplished as a nation, for what we have done, there is absolutely no way we should still have kids running barefooted in this country. Not the Jamaica of the world-class sprinters and athletes. And it is my mandate to make sure that every single student at the primary level in this country will never run barefoot at the National Stadium.
She made a very salient point. We produce world-class athletes, celebrated world-class athletes, but we don't appreciate them. We don't. We don't value them. We don't foster them. We don't help them to develop their skills. And I'm going to tell you why. It's a hard truth, a truth nonetheless. I want to say at least 9 out of 10 of them come out of poverty. Tell me I'm wrong. How many times have you heard me say to be poor is a crime? It's because of their limited access to resources. That is what is hampering them. Yes, we have the large companies, the corporations that will sponsor events. Yes, we have those. But we need to make it more personal. So I am grateful to Shelley that as she bows out or steps down or steps off of the track, she is going to see to it that these children are not ignored, that their talents are recognized, that they're cared for, provided for. Whenever you are at the lower end of the economic spectrum, trust and believe it is a harder climb up. And it's not until you reach a certain level that's when everybody rallies around you. We see the potential from early, you know, but we're not dabbling at it because to be poor is a crime.
Moments, I want to make a point here, right? You see things like that? I think the diaspora could help a lot. I was part of a group at the Grenada where we was raising funds and so for a summer program, right? And we were able to come up with what? A couple of hundred pairs of sneakers to facilitate the kids in the program, right? They had the people say the sizes they want, and we was come up with it. And one of the ways we was able to fund it is because we did not want to take any money from anybody. Because once you start taking people money, it gets kind of tricky, and we didn't want to deal with that. Is that we create a list of what was required, create an Amazon account, or create an account at some of the stores or the websites where you could get the shoes and stuff that you're looking for. And you have persons that was willing to go and donate. So you could have gone onto that site, donate 2 pairs of shoes. We have the address to forward it to and so on. That was forwarded to one address. It was packaged together. and sent to the program. And it was broadcast when he was distributing it. So you see the shipment going out, you see the distribution, you see the kids getting it. And I say, and there's a lot of people in the diaspora, there are a lot of Jamaicans that would like to buy a pair of spikes to 1 or 2 primary school kids. What we have to do, as well, is good that the government could try to take the initiative. But all we need to do is to set up the infrastructure where we could say, okay, Puma has worked along with Jamaica for a while. There is no reason why we can't set up an account as a standing order with Puma, where any Jamaican anywhere in the world could log onto this Puma website and order a pair of shoes and spikes at a certain size. And that order would go into a pool that will be put together and shipped to Jamaica, where it goes through duty-free and stuff like that. The minister or whoever is responsible for clearing it. And then it is distributed to the schools and properly managed and so on. So that a problem like that can be easily solved. And it would not cost the government anything. It wouldn't cost anybody anything. And there are people that are willing to do that. And we can do that not just for that. We could do that to help them with school shoes. We can help them with school uniforms. Because there is enough people who have benefited from programs that would like to give back. But we have to create the infrastructure so that people can make the various contributions. And oftentimes I said we underutilize the diaspora. Because if I could have gone to Walmart and buy, or any of the stores here and buy a pair of shoes for $20 or $30 that a kid could have in Jamaica or in Grenada or anywhere in the Caribbean, it is a big help even to the parents of those kids. Because sometimes you're busy taking care of school uniforms, and so it's hard to buy equipment for the extracurricular activities, even if the child is exceptional. So these are some of the stuff we can utilize. And this is just an example and an idea I'd like to put out there to the Jamaican government. You have a wide reach. Let the diaspora help you fund a lot of these projects. Just manage it properly, be transparent, and show some accountability. And half these problems will disappear. I yield.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. President. And my stance, I think, yes, the diaspora can come in and help, but I don't think they have to bear the burden. And here's why I feel that way. I think public and private sector can work together to take care of this. The government benefits from tourism dollars. The tourism sector in Jamaica benefits off of the backs of our athletes and entertainers. Right? Them want come to Jamaica because them like the vibe. Them want come to Jamaica come see which part you saying come from. Where Shelley come from. Where Bob Marley come from. They want to come and learn the dances. Right? When they come, they spend money. The private sector benefits. I don't think we have to look to the diaspora. Yes, the diaspora can support. Great idea. But if we're not careful, you know what will happen? What the government will hear? Yes, met the diaspora. So we not have to spend nothing. Yes, met the diaspora. We not have to cough up nothing. Yes, the diaspora. And what will eventually happen is everything, every need that is to be filled, they are going to say, make we push it to the diaspora. Because hear them there? Them ready. Yeah, man, them ready. So let us remove the burden of responsibility as much as we can. We have to have the private and, well, it is my opinion that we should not exclude the private and the public sector from the conversation so as to avoid the burden of responsibility being shifted to the diaspora. And then what will ultimately happen? No shoes no come. And the diaspora no provide no shoes, you know. Rather, it should be looking to the diaspora as the cream, the frosting that you, what you call it something? Listen, whipped cream that you put on top. It's a little extra. It's a little extra on the side. But not them. And if me know how the government them work, them are going to shift it all to those of us who live overseas. We have to be responsible to them too, right? Now, you brought up something that I do like, the idea of going on the website, let's say, of Puma, right? Because Puma is very upfront and present in Jamaica. Um, Strike, have a conversation with Puma so that those of us in the diaspora, when we go to the Puma website, we should be able to find a particular link that will facilitate athletics in Jamaica so that when we purchase the shoes, we're not purchasing it at for profit price, right? So we're not purchasing at the markup price, we're purchasing it at cost. I think that would be brilliant. Puma can afford that, right? Yeah, them can. So instead of us paying $100 for one pair of sneakers, because if you're going to give somebody some, give them something good on them foot, right? So give it to us for $50, and guess what? We might take the 100 and buy it too. So there needs to be that collaboration there as well.
Well, Momis, I just used an example as to what was done, but the public-private sector initiative is part of this entire scheme, because there are companies that could sign on to this initiative. What the government need to do, or what the interest groups in Jamaica and in the Caribbean need to do, is to provide a platform to foster public-private sector initiative. Because, to be honest, some of the athletics and the football and the different associations within the Caribbean, it's not that some of the private sector is not willing to help them, but their affairs is in such a mess that some companies don't want to be affiliated with them. And that is a fact. There are organizations out there that can get a lot more help if they put their affairs in order. But they politic and politrick just like the government, to the point where companies do not want to put their brands alongside them. So what I'm saying is that we have to have more structures in place of accountability, responsibility, and transparency, so as to encourage these private sector initiatives and the public-private sector initiatives. And the government could help take a lead in that. But the different organization, the athletics, and another thing again too is, we have a football association, we have a cricket association, we have an athletics association, and hardly do we have an amalgamation, for instance, of those associations. If I am a physio, a top physio who studied at top university and have top accolades, why can't I run a workshop to bring every physio in the country up to speed with the latest techniques and stuff like that? Why can't I run a training program that can be funded with the same private public sector initiative, where I could bring every physio up so that I know the national team for football has the best physio, the cricket team has the best physio, and as such lift everybody. These are the kind of things that has to be done. But even within the countries, everybody operate in isolation. So as opposed to pooling resources, getting more out of it, you find everybody trying to purchase the same resource that sometimes cannot be used at optimal level, or we cannot afford it because we don't have enough people participating to be able to get it the best. Whereas if we collaborate some more, we could get some state-of-the-art facilities. We could provide for all our athletes, regardless whether the sports is the ones that bring in money or not, and we'll lift the standard. So these are some of the stuff I speak to when I make the example I make there.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Mr. President. Thank you. All right. Them I vote you in, Mr. President. I vote you in. All right, next. So back to the articles so that we can close out the Caribbean Corner, and it is 12 minutes before the top of the hour. Sounds of the Caribbean to celebrate DJs and sound systems that shaped Caribbean American culture. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, in honor of the Caribbean American Heritage Month, a dynamic new event is set to hit South Florida, paying tribute to the DJs and sound systems that have long amplified Caribbean culture across the diaspora. Sounds of the Caribbean, presented by radio veteran and community advocate Keith Walcott, Miami-Dade County Commissioner Oliver Gilbert III and City of Miami Gardens Vice Mayor Robert Stevens will take place on Saturday, June 28, which is this Saturday, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Carroll City Park in Miami Gardens. The free, family friendly event promises a lively mix of Caribbean rhythms, flavorful island cuisine, and vibrant cultural expression. Attendees can expect a DJ lineup representing Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, and the Bahamas, plus performances from international artists, including Conscience, Pressure Bus Pipe, Tifa, Sizway C, and more. Hosting the celebration is none other than Caribbean comedy icon Major Hype. Caribbean music and sound system culture have always been the heartbeat of our communities, from block parties to global stages. Sounds of the Caribbean is a celebration of that rhythm and resilience, honoring the DJs and selectors who have preserved, promoted, and pushed our music into the world. In addition to the music, the event will feature Caribbean food trucks, a kids zone, and a festive atmosphere designed to highlight the contributions of Caribbean Americans to Miami-Dade County and beyond. The theme underscores that Caribbean American Heritage Month is not just about history, it's about community, culture, and continuity. The featured DJ lineup includes Innocent Sound, Prodigy Movements, Ecstatic Sound, House Arrest, DJ Bulletproof, and DJ Ivory. Sounds of the Caribbean is sponsored by Just Vote Period, Miami-Dade County District 1, City of Miami Gardens, 103.5 The Beat, and Palmetto Homes Urban Development. Come for the music, stay for the culture. It's kids eat free. Music, food, family, and vibes. All right, so folks in South Florida, of the Caribbean, from the Caribbean, Caribbean descent, head on out. Go support. Go support. The mic just open. Who want to go?
Just the Caribbean, not the Latino.
I don't know. I don't know.
We got a soundtrack.
Déjame en paz, por favor. All right. Next up. Next, where am I? We finished with the Caribbean corner. No, Las Noticias. Dominican Republic expresses interest in growing cacao in Guyana. Hold on there. Guyana is truly the hot gal on the block. Hey, put some respect on Guyana's name.
But I told you that. And I remember years ago, right? Because Barbados has a special breed of one of the best breed of black belly sheep. And people laugh at the idea that was proposed for the Bajan to use the same black belly sheep in Barbados and utilize the land in Guyana to do some rearing and breeding of the black belly sheep. So now I could see those ideas will be up front and center now and become brilliant all of a sudden. I'm not sure who proposed it in Barbados, but you have to give credit to that. That person was a forward thinker.
Oh boy. How about the backside? Does anybody want a 2-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2,100 square foot spot in Kingston to purchase? It's just a simple 594,000 US dollars. As I was saying.
Did you say US?
Yes, I said US.
Damn.
Wow.
It's a great investment opportunity. It's in Kingston. It's in Millsboro. Yeah, you can turn around and rent that out quick and fast. People will pay rent for it. Monopoly money. Oh, no. We're talking US dollars here. The exact figure, as a matter of fact, is $594,130 US dollars. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Very nice to put together. Them can come and fix up my house for me. Whoever do it for them can come fix up my house for me. But yeah, very nice. 2 bedroom. What I say? 2 bedroom. I'm gonna tell you people. So let me behave myself. Yeah, no, I'm being very serious though. It's 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2,128 square feet. It's at Millsboro Avenue in Kingston 6. It's in the Camden. Comes with AC units installed, electronic building access, 2 elevators, assigned basement parking, assigned storage, 24-hour security, complex pool and cabana, backup water, and a generator. Yeah, right, too. Having determined that there is a lucrative international market for cacao, the Dominican Republic wants to partner with Guyana to grow the crop here, according to that country's ambassador, Ernesto Torres. The DR has presented a proposal to cultivate cacao in Guyana, profiting from the excellent soil and weather conditions. He explained that one of the most attractive aspects of the proposal is the fact that planting cacao does not imply logging of existing flora, hence complying with the European Union deforestation regulation. The government would have to determine which lands would be suitable and make those recommendations, Torres pointed out. We're waiting for the Guyana government to present the most appropriate area, he stated. Good for you, Guyana. Good for you. Yeah, good for you. All right, on the international scene, shipping giant Maersk, well, they have divested from companies linked to Israeli settlements. According to Al Jazeera.com, Maersk will cut ties with companies linked to illegal Israeli settlements on the occupied West Bank, the Danish shipping giant has said. The decision follows months long pressure by activists on Maersk on issues related to Palestine. Interesting. Its shipments have come under scrutiny as part of an international campaign led by the Palestinian Youth Movement, a grassroots organization. The group has focused mainly on Maersk's shipments of U.S. foreign military sales, but PYM has also researched the transport of cargo from companies tied to settlements. Maersk?
Information is power.
Talk to me, other soldier, quick and fast. Before me have to exit off QFZ and
Well,
musicals.
it's a welcome development, especially in light of the fact that most of the stuff that are needed to carry munitions into Israel were carried by Maersk. So that's a welcome development.
All right. Thank you for that. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Also want to say thank you to everyone listening on madmusichouse.com. Any genre, anytime. We invite you to continue with us on Coffee in Toes YouTube channel or join us here on TikTok. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. And check out our website, www.coffeeintoad.com. There you're able to catch up on past episodes and look at other stories that we were not able to cover during the show. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Be safe out there. Channel Radio and Talk, News and Talk, and YouTube and TikTok. It's where we are. All right, folks, thank you for your patience. Continuing with the news on the international scene, U.S. finalizing $500 million for African critical minerals railways. Article courtesy of finance.yahoo.com. The U.S. International Development Finance Corporation is finalizing more than $500 million in financing for the Lobito Corridor, a railway project that will haul critical minerals from Central Africa's copper belt to an Atlantic port in Angola. I think we've spoken about this before, haven't we? Adasoji, the
Yes, we
Lobito
have,
corridor. Yeah.
yeah, which runs from Congo through to the Angola Western waterways that would then go out to Luanda. What is also important to note to people is Luanda also is one of the largest slave ports on the western coast of Africa. So first they took the people, now they've come back for the minerals. I yield.
Oh, yeah, we had an in depth conversation about this months ago, as a matter of fact, when the whole Lobito corridor came out. All right. I mean, nothing to see here. It's business as usual, folks. Nothing to see here. Business as usual. Keep it moving. Let's get the railway done. Yeah. Africa's new wave of go right ahead. Okay, all right. Africa's new wave of export ready beauty brands from local markets to global shelves. This article courtesy of africa.businessinsider.com. All right, here we go. Oh, got it? All right. Africa's beauty industry is undergoing a quiet but powerful transformation. What was once dominated by imported goods is now seeing a wave of homegrown brands redefining the continent's approach to skincare, hair care, and cosmetics. These new players are not only challenging Western products on their own turf, but are also increasingly designed for global appeal with branding, ingredients, and distribution strategies that speak to both African consumers and international audiences. In countries like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, where we have listeners, thank you all. Hey, how y'all doing? Small to medium enterprises are producing shea butter serums, moringa infused shampoos, and indigenous clay based masks that blend tradition with innovation. While many of these brands emerged from local communities and marketplaces, they are now expanding into e commerce, cross border exports, and strategic partnerships with major retail platforms across Europe, North America, and the Middle East. The appeal of African beauty brands lies in their authenticity and use of native botanicals. Ingredients like the baobab oil, rooibos extract, hibiscus, and fermented papaya are not only rooted in centuries old wellness traditions. I have to do a puzzle. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. Lord, hold on, folks. Gotta do a quick puzzle here. All right, we're good to go. So, where was I? Okay. The appeal of African beauty brands lies in their authenticity and use of native botanicals. Ingredients like the baobab oil, rooibos extract, hibiscus, and fermented papaya are not only rooted in centuries old wellness traditions, but are now being validated by dermatological research and consumer demand for natural alternatives. Unlike many mass market products, these formulations often avoid harmful additives and focus on sustainability, both in sourcing and packaging. This appeals to a growing demographic of eco conscious consumers globally. For African entrepreneurs, this creates a dual advantage, building trust through transparency while leveraging cultural heritage as a competitive asset. Do me a favor, somebody put the website in the chat for me, please, lormelskinfood.com. You ain't got to wait for it to come all the way from Africa. We have lormelskinfood.com. Tasha, where are you at, girl? Somebody put it in the chat for me, please. The link for lormelskinfood.com, www.lormelskinfood.com, where you can get your 100% organic, natural skincare and hair care products. All right. So, good job though. Good job. Good job. Branding is important, folks. Your packaging is important. Um, and that can set you apart. That can really set you apart. You may have the best product out there in the world. But if it is not packaged and presented in an eye-catching way, something less of a lesser standard will come in and swoop in and take over. We have to pay attention to the aesthetics, colors, lettering, signage. Yeah, man. I have to step it up. So good job to these beauty industry players over there in Africa. Congratulations. All right, next up. Representative Mike Quigley, what a name, Quigley, tells Trump to put your ego in your pocket. It's time for stories out of North America. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR. Lord help us. Let's take a listen, folks.
Democrats were fuming after the White House postponed 2 briefings about those U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear program. A briefing is now scheduled to take place tomorrow for senators and on Friday for members of the House. The top Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Mark Warner of Virginia, told All Things Considered last night he has a lot of questions.
What next if you don't take them out all on the first strike? What are the next steps? How do we make sure that there's not Iran racing now to a dirty bomb? These are questions that we, and frankly, the American people deserve answers to.
Let's hear from another lawmaker on one of the Intelligence Committees, Congressman Mike Quigley of Illinois. He's a Democrat and serving on the House Intelligence Committee. Good morning, Congressman. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you.
So you heard Senator Warner's questions. Do you have any others?
I think they have to own up to the fact that the truth matters. Just the fact that the president's ego may be dinged by the fact that his initial statements weren't correct, it really doesn't matter. You got to put your ego in your pocket. You have to face the threats as they exist, not as the president's ego maintains.
Have you heard, or do you have any visibility yourself into the extent of the damage done to Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Look, I've been briefed on this as a member of the Intel Committee. We're going to get another briefing Friday morning before the full House gets briefed. And the fact that things may have been leaked doesn't mean that they're not still classified. But what I can say is, look, I've been on the committee 8 years. These strikes are very difficult to evaluate, especially in a denied area. It takes time. These are difficult, hard targets. They're mobile targets. To say they were obliterated before any analysis is fanciful and frankly dangerous. And the IAEA also, beyond saying there were 900 pounds, they said there's probably 30 sites. So what I tried to do was just to make this bipartisan and honest. Senator and Chairman McCall said, I've been briefed on this plan in the past, and it was never meant to completely destroy the facilities, but rather cause significant damage. It was always known to be a temporary setback. Well, I'll add to that. I've been briefed on this many, many times, this kind of plan on an unclassified basis as well. It was also clear that you were never going to end this program unless you have troops on the ground, and that means a war. So by abandoning diplomacy and the fact that Iran was in compliance before, the president has in fact made the situation more dangerous.
I have so many questions that we don't have time to answer here, but I was wondering why you think there's such a discrepancy between the administration's version of events and those of the intelligence community. And was it the administration's objective to obliterate the nuclear program? It sounds to me like you're saying, from what you understand, that just would never have been the case.
What I'm saying is you don't have to read any leaked report or believe that it exists or not. You just know that you cannot obliterate the program with simple missile strikes. And that's what we've acknowledged all along. So what we're facing here is a president, and why we're in this situation, he refuses to ever admit that he's wrong. He wants to be able to say, this is all over and let's move on. It's not that neat. And when you try to do what the president is doing, you put us in a more dangerous situation because we're not dealing with the true threat, a real threat that has to be addressed. It was addressed before diplomatically. It was working, and it's his fault we are now in this situation.
So what would you like to see now? We have about a minute left here. What does the U.S. need to do now, in your opinion?
Look, a true assessment, and in the final analysis, we have to move back to diplomacy. There's a lot of things that can move us toward that. Iran is in a weakened state, as are their proxies. Now is the time to push again for diplomacy. It's the only thing that's ever worked. It's the only thing that will work.
That is Congressman Mike Quigley of Illinois. He is a Democrat and he's a member of the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman Quigley, thanks so much for sharing these insights with us.
Thank you.
And I do want to mention that NPR reached out to multiple Republican members of the House and Senate, including those on the intelligence committees, who either declined to be interviewed or did not respond.
Live. 4 things to know about Zohran Mamdani, presumptive Democratic nominee for NYC mayor.
New York City's next mayor could be a Democratic socialist in his early 30s. Zohran Mamdani is very likely to be named the Democratic nominee for mayor after a stunning upset Tuesday night. That would put him on the ballot for November's general election. NPR's Rachel Treisman reports on what Mamdani's success would mean for New York City and the country.
Zohran Mamdani was a relatively unknown state assembly member representing Queens when he launched his campaign for mayor last fall. He was an underdog in a crowded Democratic primary. For months, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo led in the polls. But Cuomo called Mamdani to concede on Tuesday night before the race was called. Mamdani declared victory at a watch party full of supporters.
8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won.
Mamdani's campaign got help from tens of thousands of volunteers and endorsements from the likes of Senator Bernie Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Mamdani used social media to share interactions with New Yorkers and promote his policy goals. Those include rent freezes, free buses, universal childcare, city-owned grocery stores, and higher taxes on the wealthy and corporations.
He won with a really progressive, liberal, left-wing platform of the kind that we probably haven't ever seen in New York.
Patrick Egan is a professor of politics and public policy at New York University. He credits Mamdani with distilling complex problems into simple proposals.
That is well suited for this particular age of social media, where people of all kinds, especially young people, are consuming political news in very short clips.
Mamdani, who was born in Uganda, became a citizen in 2018. If elected, the now 33-year-old would be New York City's first Muslim mayor and its youngest in over a century. Here's Seth Maskett, a professor of political science at the University of Denver.
A lot of Democratic voters seem to be souring on the party's leadership, the party's establishment, and are looking for unusual, different voices to lead them going forward, and certainly a younger set of leaders.
Maskett says Democrats in New York and beyond are disillusioned with the party because of their 2024 election losses and what they see as a weak response to President Trump.
I think what we're seeing from this election this year is that the party establishment might not be able to protect its incumbents so well.
But Egan of NYU cautions that what works for Mamdani may not work for Democrats elsewhere.
I think it would be a mistake for either observers or party leaders to say, oh, this has to be the recipe that's going to fit all elections, all constituencies.
And there are still a lot of unknowns in New York City. Mamdani could face Cuomo again in November's general election. The former governor hasn't ruled out running as an independent. Eric Adams, New York City's current mayor, is running for re-election as an independent too. Rachel Treisman, NPR News.
I didn't know he was born in Uganda. I learned that today. But yes, Kennedy. So Kennedy put in the chat, this is how Democrats can win every race. Focus on the poor. They're going to have to going to the hit the grassroots, going to the low-income communities and just hit it hard. I think we can copy and paste, and then you make adjustments, you make some changes to kind of fit into the communities that your representatives are going to be going into.
Being an ex-New Yorker, I kind of disagree.
Okay.
Because from the time I started voting, my mentality was always the Democrats was for the poor. And as we've spoken in this room many times, both parties are kind of ignoring the real people that need help in their specific states that they live in. So I'm gonna disagree with that statement.
So, Ja, all right. When the Republicans were campaigning, they appealed to the disenfranchised, and that's how they were able to garner the votes, right? The Democrats, not so much. And that is why I'm saying, I would agree that they need to take a page out of the book, go to the low income people, earn their trust. You don't think it's worth a try?
I agree with my fellow New Yorker, Geely. It's more so the youth than the old mentality of the poor will help. Adesobi, I don't know why you're laughing at me, but let's hear what you have to say.
Thank you,
No,
Kennedy.
I'm not laughing at you, but two things can be true at the same time. One is the fact that the democratic establishment, we need to be very clear about what that means. That means the old guard, which also has its own water. I mean, if you follow his campaign, he was insistent on the fact that how can you have a city that runs off the back of people that cannot afford to live in the same place? That cannot afford to live in the same place. So it's only right and proper that you not only pay a fair wage, but we make it fairly accessible for the people who make the city run to be able and afford to live in New York. So coming back to what Sister Julie and Lady Ja was saying, it's not that the poor were ignored. It's that the people who have captured power decided that is not a constituency. So what Mamdani has done is Mamdani has come down and said, listen, here is the message. It doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or Democrat. This is the message for the people of New York. And if you notice, every time he speaks, he was speaking about the day-to-day existence. He wasn't talking about ideological differences, because that was what they were hoping that he runs on. But the fact that he laid it down to say, listen, you can afford to live in the city if we provide you free buses, if we provide you universal health care, city-run grocery stores. Can you imagine the buying power of New York Met? The buying power alone, the money it would raise. I mean, come on. So it was a done deal from then on. So plus the establishment then knew that he had a winning ticket. And what did they do? The maligning, the threats, everything was just thrown at this guy. But still, his young voters came out. And it was helpful that it was a bit hot on the day of the election. So the oldies couldn't really get out. I am so tired. I can't really go out to vote. You will have to do in the fall. Sorry. So, and all of that contributed to the guy winning. I mean, the guy beat the grandees in Brooklyn. He beat the Democratic grandees in Brooklyn. So that alone tells you this is not a fluke. It can be replicated. I mean, you could put a bit of a Latin spin on it in Miami.
In Miami.
Not exactly. I mean,
I'm sorry.
So you could put a bit of, now, when you say there is no real poor, there is poor. I mean, the people who clean the subway, people who manage those streets. Come on, we have to be people who drive the buses. So
unless they're making real good money up there at a Soji, and we take pay for.
So what I mean,
go on.
So what I mean about there's no real poor in New York City, from where I grew up in New York from the 70s to now, they've already bought out supposedly the poor, moved out the poor, and now you have a new group of people that have come in. And I'm not saying that they're not poor, but the poor that I know from New York, they've been gone a long time now. Now you have what we're calling the middle class poor. It's a different type of poor. You can put a cap on rent right now. The cap rent is still at $1,800. When I first got my first apartment, my rent was $400. So that's what I guess that's what it's a different level. Yeah. It's a different level of poverty now in New York City.
Okay.
But the poor is still there though, Jad. You still have poor people in New York. Because,
no, they still.
Yeah, because they will tell you that even though, okay, so what somebody makes in New York, let's say a grocery bagger, right? What a grocery bagger makes in New York would be good money down here in Florida, right? But it can't go far in New York because of the cost of living there. So technically, they're still classified in the low income bracket, no? Or am I wrong? I don't know. Go ahead, Adasoji.
I mean, just look at what's it called, Manhattan. You've got that. You've got the project by the bridge. Those people who are living in there, they're not middle class.
Look,
the last time I checked. Go on.
I have friends that have lived in the project by the bridge. I know how much they were paying for rent. And this was back when I was there, let alone now. It's a different level of poverty.
Okay, so explain the level of poverty, because I'm struggling with honest. Because
I understand what
Janet
is saying.
Vision of poverty. I don't know. Go ahead. Go ahead. Explain. Break it down for me so I can understand.
What Janet is saying is that the people we consider poor in New York right now, okay? If you take them out of New York with their current income and everything like that,
right,
and drop them in another part of the country, they would never be considered poor. And because of the dynamics, the expenses and so in New York, they're considered poor. And the poorer people, a lot of them was pushed out to other states and stuff. And people come with the investments and stuff. That's my understanding of what she's saying. But there is a couple of things I want to speak on this whole Mandani issue. Unless you want to finish this and then I come back in.
Yeah, so I get that. That's what I was saying. The salary that somebody makes in New York, if they come to Florida, that's good money. But because it can only go so far in New York, they're still poor. It's just poverty with a different income level, but the cost of living is right there to eat it right out. I don't know. But go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead.
Yes, so first of all, Mandami is a real thing. When the establishment, both on the left and the right, go after him so hard. You understand? He's criticized for being utopianistic. He's criticized for being socialist because he wants to give free things. And that is something I don't understand in America. This whole thing that nothing is free boggles my mind. When you look at the average tax somebody pay in New York City, it is so high compared to anywhere else. But if you ask about giving free daycare, they say, oh, this is free. It's not free. You already paid 50 cents on the dollar in taxes when you check all the taxes you're paying. So if the government provides some social services based on the taxes you pay, that is nothing free. You understand? But on another hand is the people that are accusing him of wanting to give away free things to the people, right? To the poor and disenfranchised. The Comos and all of them. Look in the back end. Their companies are subsidized for so many projects. Just like how the Elon Musk company has been subsidized by the US government under the guise of research and development. So some of the same people that is so against doing something for the poor people, okay, is the same people that are benefiting from all the grants and the research and all the different stuff from the stuff. These are some of the same people during the, I think it's Ronald Reagan, when, for instance, for supermarkets, I think there was a law where, and correct me if I'm wrong, even if you have a small enterprise or a big enterprise, you go into a wholesaler, you all pay the same price of the product. Before the Walmart and them came in, they removed that. There is no safety for mom and pop stores. They come in, set up, push this mom and pop stores out and created all the food deserts in America because they could get it for pennies and $1. But if I want to open a supermarket, it costs me $1 and I have to sell it for $1.10. You understand what I'm saying? But they could get it for 10 cents and sell it for $1 and make 90 cents profit. And these kind of safeties are no longer there. So if you're saying you're going to open a grocery store that would focus on providing a service that would can still be profitable and serve the people, what is communist about that? He gets some of the least vote in Staten Island. The ungrateful people in Staten Island who could jump on the ferry every day and go to and from Staten Island without paying a penny is not saying the Staten Island ferry is free. Who is paying for the Staten Island ferry? But if you want to give poor people a free bus that is circulating in the city, we do it in Maryland. In Baltimore, they have a free bus going, a city circle bus. If you have a free bus or free train running certain roads in Brooklyn, how is that so communist and how is that so free? But everybody that jumps on the Staten Island ferry every 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the evening to go across to Staten Island do not pay a cent. They are all hypocrites. And it is not free when it's benefiting them. It's not free when it benefits, and all of them does vote Republican. They just vote Republican, so let us start to charge for the Staten Island ferry. And let us see how much they would love it because they don't want the free communist things and the socialist stuff. You understand what I'm saying? When you're talking about a single parent who have a child has to pay $500 and $600 a week for daycare, and she working a minimum paying job. And you think if you put the government provides some assistance that the children could be in a safe environment that is affordable or free for that woman that could be a productive element of society and could have a peace of mind when the week come, that is charity, that is communism. That is why Ma'am Danny beat them so bad, because they're disillusioned and they're disconnected to the everyday life of the people. If you're talking about making the subway clean and safe, okay, people tired of the nasty subway. People tired of, and MTA keep bringing up the prices. The train's getting worse, the subway getting dirtier. So what are we doing? When you're talking about the police and cutting the police budget, there are policemen that make more money in overtime than the annual salary. And you call that efficiency? There are MTA people who make more money in overtime than they make for the regular salary. You're telling me you can regulate to the point where you can hire more people, even if you have a portion of temporary staff that can get some earnings, where people could be productive and not work twice the amount of hours they are supposed to work, and turn out more, employ more people, create more economic activity within the city, and create a better, more efficient service? You're telling me that you cannot take the same police budget as he proposed and bring in social workers to work alongside the police so that when the police get a call and they're dealing with somebody that has some kind of mental illness, they have a professional alongside them that could deal with them, and the police have more time to deal with crime and stuff like that. You telling me that is that is defunding the police? Huh? And the same people are talking about that is defending the police when they have a crazy family. The police come and unalive. Oh, the police, that is the only time they feel the pain. But tell me why you could have the police union lobbying. Why you have the police have gears as though they're going and fight in Afghanistan, and they're not the army. To do what? What are we funding all this money for? You see the budget for some of these programs? Cut them, provide the essential services, be proactive, and you will get much more from the same dollar. So all of these hypocrites are talking all the nonsense. It's because they're benefiting. If we look into the same Bloomberg and them, I could guarantee you they benefit from the programs in the city that they themselves implement with all their companies. When he wanted to ban soda, it wasn't because they said it is alleged that he was invested in SLAP that he wanted to put in the same school that his company would benefit from. And using the guise of banning soda. So come on, these guys are disingenuous. And if you have a guy that is walking among the people, that is proposing solutions, whether or not it works, it's irrelevant. You know why? It is different. And we know the ones that are there are currently not working. So give it a try. Nothing from nothing is nothing. The Democrat has nothing to lose because as it is, they can't win in any case. So if he come and he mess up New York, it's an example not to follow. But what if he succeed? They're not afraid of his failing. No. They're not afraid of he failing. Especially that's the first time anything you see that unite the Democrat and the Republican is bad for America. I'm telling you. And they are not afraid of he failing. What they're afraid of is that he just might succeed. And if he succeed in an environment as New York, the rest is history. I yield.
Mr. President, you come out strong for them up there. Jack put in the chat, yes, Mr. President, subsidies versus government assistance. The meaning sounds different, but don't be fooled, people. It's the same. Subsidies go to the corporations, welfare. Government assistance go to the people, welfare. Them are the same thing. Them just give them different name, just like how money has several names. When you borrow it, when the bank lend it to you, it's a loan. When you own it, it's a debt. Right? When your car payment is a car note, your house payment is a mortgage. It's just changing the label, but it's the same thing. Well said. Well said. Well said. Oh,
Like subsidies more.
you would. You're with the elite over there in London, down. So you would absolutely prefer that. So,
Very much so.
I don't know how you hang out with us peasants. I'm sure you have a shower and you disinfect when you're done. I hope at least after you.
And no, I have to keep a respectable distance. Because I might catch something, you know.
I'm sorry. Well, I do appreciate you hanging out with us, plebs, as you know, y'all like to refer to us. You Brits like to refer to us over here in the US.
We don't hang time. We spend time with you. Sorry. Proper use of English, please.
Wow.
This is America.
Should I put him to the bottom?
No, I can stay there. I can go and feel himself here now. I can stand there. I can stay. No trouble him. Leave him alone. No trouble him. Oh, all right. So I got a few clips for us before we head on over to our next segment, business and tech.
You just said you believe the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently. And they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire. And Israel had the planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52 of them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do anything. They brought them back. It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world. They're the best shots in the world. They call them shots. That's what they are. And wait a minute. And I just hope you can give them the respect they deserve.
You just said you believe.
So that was President Trump speaking at the NATO summit press conference on Wednesday, courtesy of CBS News. All right, next. Where are you, baby girl? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you there? Where is she? Where's my girl? Hold on a second. I think I have her right here.
What the Democrats do to me wrong is that they prioritize whose turn it is. Like, Democrats are very orderly. They're almost too orderly for fascism. You know, in fascism, you can't be orderly because the other side is messy. And Donald Trump stays messy. Everything he does is random, but it also exudes power. It just says, I have so much power that I don't care about the rules. And I think for ordinary people who are not political, who don't pay attention, to them, that just says that he gets things done.
Yeah.
And so they'll even look past some of the horrible things he gets done to say, but he's effective because he doesn't say, you know, I don't have 60 votes. I can't do that. That's what Democrats say. He doesn't say, you know, I do it, but it has to get out of committee in the House. What Democrats say. And Democrats say, you know, AOC, we like her. We support her. We think she's great. But we have this other person that needs to be the chairman of this committee because they've waited in the wings and now it is their turn. The person who was, who was picked over AOC has now passed away. That's what Democrats do, right? And in the case of Jasmine Crockett, a rational party facing actual fascism would say, who are our most effective voices? Who do the people listen to? Who do the people trust? Who do the people want to hear from? If it's Jasmine Crockett, we don't care who's in line.
That's right.
She's about to be the leader. We're going to put her as the head of whatever this committee is, make her the head of oversight and put her on TV every day. But that isn't what Democrats do because they're orderly. And orderly is insufficient in the face of fascism.
Didn't I say this the other day that the Democrats are going to have to roll up their sleeves, stop acting cute, prissy, and nice, get ready to get dirty. It's the only way. When you're dealing with pigs, you got to get in the pigsty. Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. We're too principled. We have way too much decorum, too much class, too much etiquette. Where has it got us? Where has it got us?
Yeah, very much true. She is spot on there, but the thing with the Democrats has been they've had this idea that they don't have to be like the other side, which is funny. You're in a fight where clearly there are no rules, and you're making conventions, protocols. Oh, don't punch my nose. No.
Box down the boy and keep it moving.
Exactly. You can kick me in the shin. That's very ungentlemanly. I extended my hand to you and you slapped me across the face.
May slap
That's
you
very
again.
unruly. So exactly. No, can you imagine someone like you being in the room with someone like Trump? You're talking about stuff. You know the guy rambles, and you're going to try to sound what?
Eloquent.
No. You ramble as well.
Rumble with him. Let's get ready to rumble. Yes.
You ramble with him, make him look like an idiot, then you come out the other side, and then you talk posh. Yes, I was talking to that graceless idiot the other time, and unfortunately, he couldn't quite keep up. And then, whoa, yeah. And then he gets angry. And then they see him for what he truly is, But instead, nah. This is now, we're the Democrats. We're going to have to do everything with convention. And, point of order. Meanwhile, meet MTG. It's like, then the party of order. Look at them, then the party of chaos. And you're saying, order.
Our problem is we're begging for friends. We don't need no friend. We're friend not go. Why are you trying to be friends with people who don't like you? It's as though you're trying to get into the hot girl club. They don't like you. Why is this? Why is it so important to have bipartisan support?
Oh, that's the annoying bit. Oh, my friend on the other side of the aisle. Your what? Your friend? Who is your friend? He's your political rival. On the other side of the aisle. Which aisle?
We got enemies. We ain't got no friends in this business. And that's what I need the Democrats to understand, Adesoji. Stop the damn foolishness about no waiting on bipartisan support and not trying to be diplomatic. And you want to work together with no mama. Get it together. Stop this wait. Stop. Just stop. Stop. Take off the pearls. Put them to the side. Take off the suit. Put it to the side. Go put on some old dirty yard clothes and get ready. Let's go. We got this. But we got to get it together.
I remember the other day when what's his name? Senator Alex Padilla was detained in the dog executioner was talking. And and somebody, a colleague of his in Senate, got up and said, "Oh, his name sounds like Ortega or something, and he looks like one of them." I'm like, and those are supposed to be your colleagues in the House. Those are supposed to be your colleagues. They're clearly telling you they don't do all of that niceties. But you're still, oh, we have to reach across the aisle. We have to agree 60 votes, or otherwise we can't break the filibuster. What?
Kennedy said it's like when that one crazy lady told Jasmine Crocker to meet her outside. I would have been like, let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
I'll start taking off my earrings, gold chain.
Somebody look for the just pass me the Vaseline. Let me aisle down myself. Let's
exactly.
Go ahead, chemist. Go right ahead. Chemist.
You guys have me in stitches, man. You guys are so hilarious. But somehow I kind of see things a little bit different, because I believe even the Republican Party, until now they don't know what hit them, because they were hijacked by this individual, right? And he turned out to head the party, and then he is the party. Now, for the Democrats, I think the Democrats are faced with things that are unprecedented. I don't know so much of the history of America, but I do believe it's the first time the American Constitution have been under so much attack. And because it's such a well-orchestrated attack, because systems were put in place to facilitate these types of behavior, I do believe it's hard for the Democrats to really deal with these kinds of issues, right? And to fight the same fight is really dragging the whole system down, right? I think the fight that needs to be fought is the legal fight. When systems agreed rules or agreed policies that have been put in place are being overrun and are being discarded, then the battle has to go in court to let somebody know that, listen, you can't do this. You can't do this. This is what the Constitution says, and you cannot go against it. But what do you do when you put those battles in court and you're losing those battles? Right? So it's an attack on American democracy. Right? It's a serious attack on democracy and on the Constitution. So how do you deal with stuff like this? Because if you're going to fight the way they're fighting, that's going to lead to a civil war. Which I just finished watching that movie, by the way. And I'm wondering why they made that movie. Yeah.
Hint, hint.
But the movie Civil War, I'm wondering why they made that
Hint,
movie.
hint.
Yeah. But the thing is, yeah, you know, the thing is, Americans need to protect their constitution. The patriots, it doesn't matter what parties they're from, they need to protect the constitution. And that's not happening now. And that's why so many things are happening and people are getting away with so many things. And you wonder, how do you deal with this thing, protect the constitution?
All right. So we have a loaded statement from you there, right? So we're going to break it up. I'll tackle one part. I don't know who wants to tackle the other part, but here's the part I'm going to tackle. Marketing. The Republicans knew very well what was going to happen. Those up there in Washington, they are well aware. He didn't hijack them. They signed up for this. They agreed with everything. They knew. They're pretending not to know. For example, when MTG came out the other day and said, oh, this is not what we signed up for. When, what's her name? Their biggest PR representative who not getting a position in the people them spot. What's your name? The reject from the African-American community who, what's your name? I will play our video. Candace.
Candace.
Right? No, everybody's coming. Oh, this is not what we signed up for. You knew what you were signing up for. Why? Because in heavy rotation, there were the clips being told, this is what is going to happen. On the campaign trail, this is what's going to happen. In the debates, this is what's going to happen. All over TV, this is what's going to happen. All over radio, this is what is going to happen. They chose hate over everything. They chose hate. It's not that they didn't know. And you know what else they chose along with hate? Money. Money. That was it. So I don't buy the idea that they were hijacked. They were not hijacked. Them did have them two eye wide open, them ears wide open. They were fully aware of what was going to happen. What may have taken them by surprise is how quickly the whole thing has been moving. That may be a shocker. But because of the hatred in their heart and their personal agendas, they went along with what is going on. Now, when we talk about the Constitution, let me take another piece side. Hold on, chemist, your mic is open. When we talk about the Constitution, who is up there in the Supreme Court? Who is up there in the Supreme Court? Him ramming to them people. And that was strategic. And one of the big mistakes, one of the big problems we have in this country is that once you reach up there, you're dead for life. Me said that need to go away. Just no more than 8 years and go on about your business. When I was sick, nobody should be up there for life. So what he did in his first term was strategic and deliberate. He made sure to put his people in there. How many cases have we heard of since January that the courts have said this is what is to happen, and it goes ignored? Ignored. We have lost count. Absolutely. So we're talking about Constitution. What Constitution? The Constitution sitting a copy of whatever sitting up there in his office, and all he does is, isn't that beautiful? Oh, so beautiful. Ask him to read it. Ask him to interpret what it says. Because if he read it and had a complete understanding, he would move accordingly. He violates everything. And he makes sure to have people behind him who are nothing but minions. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, 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 sir. Yeah. Like everybody trying to sit on the lap like a Pomeranian. He knows what he's doing. Constitution, what is that? Do that anyway. Look at what is happening with the immigrants that are classified as illegal. Why? They are now classified as illegal because they yanked TPS from under them. So automatically in their eyes, they're all criminals. They're all criminals, but you go to the workplace to pick them up. The same people who are pumping almost how much billions of dollars into the economy that they can benefit from. What constitution? The judge them say they're entitled to due process per the constitution. Here comes El Salvador. Got me that check, honey. I'm good to go. So, only for him running a problem now with the International Court of Justice and his reputation being ruined. And then he said, hold on, do I want $6 million or do I want $300 million in international aid? Oh, I'll take 300 million, Alex. And that is why now him said, no, you have to give them due process. You have to make sure so they have been found guilty. And that is why now they must scurry to find something on the different, for example, Abrego, Garcia. It's a woven web of corruption. Constitution, my behind. He don't care. He don't care. And the Republicans knew this. And they went out there and they campaigned for it. Go ahead, chemist.
So when I speak about the hijacking of the party, I'm talking way before campaigning. I'm talking when they were going for the leadership of the party. If you listen to like people like Marco Rubio, he spoke what he thought of that man at that time, and many others did. But guess what? He won that the leadership of the party, and all the others had to fall in line. And then he started campaigning on some issues that a lot of Americans saw as this man as being the man for them, because he touched on some subjects that woke up some people, right? So when I said hijack, I mean when they were going for the leadership of the party, they didn't know what they were up against. But guess what? When he won, they all had to fall in line, because he made sure he put things that way, that everybody had to fall in line. And then he got so popular with the people that they realized that this is our best chance. So we just had to go with him. We just have to go with him. And every step of the way, he's putting things in place. He's putting people in places so that he can have his own way. So that, guess what? The Constitution makes no sense to him. What he says goes. And he's very smart with doing that. He knows where to put who so that he can have his own way. But the thing is, not because he's doing that, that means that America has to fall in line. Americans can say, listen, I'm not for this. I'm not going to watch my country fall into dictatorship. Right? And people can work together to get rid of this problem, because it's a problem. It is a problem. Yeah, so when I say hijack, it's from that time. I'm not talking about the campaigning. When you reach campaigning, everybody had already fallen in line and had to be behind him. And yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, they were already at that stage.
Ja put in the chat, he's not smart. They allowed him. Because remember now, he's controlled, chemist. He's not the one in control. He is just the face of the whole entity. Yeah, he's not in control. He's not smart. They allowed him to put people in place. The dotish have followed. Go ahead, James. What's up, James? Go on, true.
Yeah, no. So I agree that he hijacked the party, and to me it was very obvious. Like because I follow I follow from day one, from coming down the escalator and all of that. And there was even the image of him sitting down with the White House, in the White House with Obama. He looked shocked, like he did not expect to win. Trust me, he did not expect to win. Every step of the way, going through, and some of the attack, you can see a lot of the attack on himself increase when they saw that he was really serious about, even Republicans starting attacking him when they saw that he was really serious and that there was a strong possibility that he could have been the nominee. And what I think, the thing with Democrats, I agree with Joy Reid on this part. I don't agree with her on a lot of things, but I agree with her that the Republicans, they seem to fall in line. I guarantee you that I would say at least 75% of Republicans, the leadership themselves, I feel like they don't like Donald Trump. I feel like they despise him. Even Lico Marco, I honestly don't think Lico Marco like him. But they fall in line and they do what they have to do, because the thing is, to them, party first, conservative, as long as he is putting through like at least 80% of conservative agenda, they are going to ride with him. The Democrats are on a different level. Like, they are going to push up the people that they like first. And as Joy Reid mentioned, with AOC and with Jasmine Crockett, and you see the fight coming from the establishment. Like the Republican establishment, as long as they can maintain power, they will allow certain things to happen, which the Democrats are not doing the same thing. Like, they are just looking at AOC and they're looking at Jasmine Crockett and they're saying, like, we'll rather to stay in the wilderness, but you are not going to lead the party. And that is the downfall with them. But I believe that, yeah, he trust me, like, just go back and look at the footage of Donald Trump sitting down in the White House with President Obama, and he looked
I remember
shell
that.
shock. So yeah, it was hijacked. Like, I think he just flipped the coin, and I think what happened with white privilege, with the media, because trust me, the media, because they said there's no such thing as bad publicity, everything that the media push that they thought would have worked against him, worked in his favor, made him more popular. His name stayed out there more, and there's a certain arm of the Republican Party that felt that they were disenfranchised, like probably the Ku Klux Klan. Those people, they felt like they weren't heard enough, and they felt like he would have, here's someone that radical that we can ride on this, and they did that. And you saw how they were more emboldened, like a lot of arm of the Republican Party that you never saw were emboldened when Donald Trump won the nominee. So he hijacked the party.
And again, I'll disagree, right? So I remember coming across a video where I think it was a journalist that was saying the reason, or someone who was on a journalist's panel, was saying the reason why he was able to gain the love and support of his voters was because of his status, meaning wealth. And they relish this idea that he will help to make them wealthy. And remember, he played on that. What did he tell people? I'm going to help make you rich. You're going to be so wealthy. You're going to have so much money. You don't know what to do with it. So they saw a savior in him. And I'm talking about the voters now. They saw a savior in him. The persons in the party up there in Washington recognized that, there is a growing affinity for him. Let us use this. This is my assumption. Let us use this to our advantage so we can reap what it is that we didn't sow. We can benefit. We have to be strategic. We are going to maximize this opportunity right here. He never hijacked nobody. The first time around, the first rodeo, you want to tell me say they were blind? They have been around this man from in the 80s, you know. Now might go fool you. From in the 80s, he's been in and out of their company. He was always around them. Always. And not today. They know him. They know who he is. They know what he stands for. But you see, the problem is when you get in bed with dog, no say I get up with flea. Then he knows their secrets. So they have to play the game with him. But they were not hijacked. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, but you have to realize, remember, the Democrats know him more than the Republicans. If you follow Donald Trump history, Donald Trump has always been around more Democrats. Like him and the Clintons were very close. Him and Speaker of the House, and like every image, I doubt you can find images with. I've never seen him and Bush hanging out. Like he's been around more of the Democrats than you would see him around Republicans. And like all of those like Republican events back in the past, like all of the social circle, he was always in that circle. So like a lot of people was even surprised that, because even back in the days when Oprah was asking him about running for president, I guarantee that she thought that he was gonna. I can't remember the exact.
Let me tell you what he said in that interview. If I were to run, I would run as a Republican because they're all stupid.
That part. People seem to forget that.
They forget. He told them, if I am to run, I will run as a Republican because they're all stupid. His mother warned people.
But you know what that means, though? That means, and as James is saying, that he used to hang out more with Democrats. That means that he saw that the easiest way for him was to go to the Republicans because it's much more difficult to run with the Democrats and have his way. And that's what he did. And that's how he hijacked them. Yeah, and had all of them fall in line.
But he didn't hijack.
Yeah, I know it's his show. Yeah. It's his show right now.
You see, memory is a hell of a thing, you know. The man tell you in calling idiots.
And that's my point. Can you be hijacked if someone told you what they were going to do to you?
Exactly.
You can't be hijacked if you decided to ignore, as we use, red flags. You cannot be hijacked. You can call yourself dotish, but you can't be hijacked.
Exactly.
What happened is his level of evil. Can I say that? His level of evil was way past what they thought.
And here's the thing too, and I mean, you tell people, I love the uneducated. They insult you to your face, and you still ride with him? Come on now. That's a personal choice.
You see in that movie Sinners, how was the evil people able to get in? You had to invite them in. And when you invited them in, you saw what happened. That's why I love that movie Sinners. You have to invite them in. They invited in the evil. I'm trying to not say words. They invited it. They opened the door and they let him in.
Yeah, but I tell you what, he's not going to come and say, oh, you know what, I'm evil and I'm going to come and I'm going to overtake you guys and I'm going to make all of you fall in line. No, he's not going to do that. He's going to come and say, you know what, you all know me, I'm a billionaire and I love you guys. I love your party. So I'm going to be a part of you all. And I'm going to help you guys with this and I'm going to help you guys with that. And everybody gets on board and, oh yeah, he's with us. He's with us. But they didn't know what was coming.
Short-term memory is
They
a heck
didn't
of a
know.
thing. Because look at what he did, even with the Latin community down here in Miami. Fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice. No, I'm the fool, pretty much. Shame on me. He used them the first go around and then come back and he used them again. Now everybody in shock down here. What you shocked about? You saw what happened the first rodeo. You saw what happened. What you acting surprised for? Lift your jaw up and shut your damn mouth. And then listen to this. You have Cuban Americans down here in Miami when they're interviewed. And Donald Trump, I love the man, but what he doing is wrong. Blood seed. What's the term for that? When you are abused, you're abused and abused and abused, and that's the you just keep running. What them have a term? What a term? Stockholm syndrome. Bunch of idiots. So you know something. Pick up yourself, Donald. Pick up damn self.
But moment,
You find the fool them and you carry them further. Go ahead, Jim.
yeah, but the thing is, if you look closely, right? Because sometimes when you do certain things, like everything have to line up a certain way, and things just line up perfectly for him, right? Because when you look at the establishment people, I don't see any establishment Republican, like the top establishment Republican that is pretty much there riding for Trump. Like if you look, I don't think him and Bush ever have any conversation. The Cheney them don't like him. It's just the other day, like I think they come out and compliment him because you know they are the war family. But when you look at Condoleezza Rice, you look at some of the people that are running around behind him, like some little puppy, is the ones that just came in, like little Marco, like Cruz. Remember, Cruz is new, right? So like he will just walk behind, like like with a pooper scooper and just pick up every poop that Trump leave behind, just to be a part of the establishment, because he's not, like, he's new to the party. But all the people, so all of these people, your president for Florida, him an establishment, him new too. So all the establishment people, they're nowhere to be found supporting this man. The only people that running around behind him and taking like losses for him are the people that are desperate to hang on to the Republican Party and to become establishment, which is going to backfire for them, because I honestly, like, everybody that's around him now, the vice president, Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz is kind of keeping his distance and then come in sometime and then keep him distance. But I believe it's going to backfire on all of them, and they're not going to have a future in that party. But I don't see the establishment people behind him.
All right, conversation to be continued. Let's keep it moving. Thank you, James. Thank you, Chemist.
James,
Real quick,
leave
Mr.
Ted
President,
Cruz.
so I can
Leave
move
Ted Cruz
on.
out of that. I'm no long statement. Any man that could disrespect your wife the way the president disrespect Ted Cruz's wife, and he still go licking his behind, that make you void of being a man. I'm sorry. Ted Cruz can't tell me nothing for me to let's take him serious. Not to the extent how the man disrespect your wife, brother. Your wife you can't stand up for. If you can't stand for your wife, you can represent me.
But Mr.
I beg.
President, birds of a feather
I beg.
birds of a feather flock together, Mr. President. I see why he's okay with it. You know what? Look at what Putin did to Melania. Look at what Putin did to Melania, dragging her photos across Russian state media. And what we have here, a president who loves Putin. So they're all birds of a feather. What can I say? Birds of a feather.
Sky News. Sky News. The NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy. Do you regard your NATO allies?
Did y'all see that clip? And Marco Rubio busts out laughing in the background when the question was being posed. Oh my gosh, that was funny.
Sky News. Sky News. The NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy. Do you regard your NATO allies children?
Yes! Somebody give this woman a raise.
Oh, he did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy. Oh. Do you regard your NATO allies kind of like children, and they're obviously listening
Mark,
to you and
no.
defending more?
This lady from Sky News needs a raise.
I sent it to you, Jack. Hilarious. Hilarious. He called me daddy in an affectionate way. Where's the next one? Where's the next one?
He lost one boyfriend and got a new one.
I wasn't expecting that out of you, Ja. I expect better from you. Don't stoop to our level. Please don't stoop to our level. May I beg you do. You need to pull us up, right? Save us.
Understand that the United States plays an important role in the world. I am thrilled that the United States is trying to police the proliferation of nuclear weapons. Imagine what the world would look like if it was otherwise. And I think that to throw away our moral void.
Would still be the only country that has ever bombed another country with nuclear weapons. Let me ask you one question. Why did the Iran hostage crisis take place?
So certainly,
I'm asking you why.
Fundamentalist radicals took over the government. Who
Why?
hate the West?
Why
Because
did they take
hate
over the
West?
government? Why?
Because they're religious jihadis who want to eliminate Western society.
They hate our way of life. They hate our way of life.
Or they overthrew the Shah of Iran, who we imposed on Iran because the Dulles brothers, one at the CIA and one at the State Department, decided that the oil beneath the soil of Iran belonged to BP and belonged to us. And when Mossadegh, who was the leader of Iran, the democratically elected leader of Iran, said that we would like to audit BP because we want to know if you are cheating us or paying the people of Iran based on the oil under their soil. And they said, you may not audit us. And then we overthrew him and he wound up dying in prison because we decided that we, in our arrogance as a country, got to own their oil.
So that
And wait a minute,
justifies the
no,
taking of the
one moment. And so the hatred of the United States had to do with the hatred of the Shah, who brutally repressed the people of Iran for 26 years until he was overthrown within Iran because he was not their natural king. They didn't want a king any more than we wanted a king.
Yeah,
The bottom line is the arrogance of the United States' foreign policy. We act as if people act in a vacuum, and that nothing we do has ever led to the hatred of us in other countries. And I'm not saying that hostages should be taken, but you just said because they hate our freedoms. Well, that's yes.
No, they hate the Western workplace. I want to ask you.
Whew. Do they still teach history in schools here? Do they discuss Stop. Anyway, all right, let's keep it moving, folks. Next up, business and tech news. Hold on, what I got for you all in this segment, business and tech news, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grantcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Judge orders the Trump administration to resume distributing money for EV chargers. And we have this one courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen.
This message comes from Subaru. As part of their
Hold on, folks. I got to turn this. Wait for it to skip out. A couple more seconds. let's see if he'll listen to this one. Let's see if this will be ignored.
A federal judge in Washington state has ordered the Trump administration to resume distributing money to build electric vehicle chargers. Those funds were allocated by Congress during the Biden administration, but largely frozen since February. NPR's Camila Dominowski has been covering this and joins us now. Hi, Camila.
Hi, Elsa.
Okay, so tell us more about this money that's being fought over here.
We're talking about a $5 billion program, which was set up in the bipartisan infrastructure law that passed in 2021. And these funds were meant for building specifically high-speed electric vehicle chargers along highways. So the kind of thing that people are looking for on road trips.
Totally.
Because range anxiety on those road trips, we know, is a huge concern for people who are considering electric vehicles, and the Biden administration wanted to address it. There are a lot of private chargers that are being built, not with federal dollars, but this money was specifically meant to plug in gaps where maybe a company wouldn't think it was going to be profitable to build a charger, but it would be useful for drivers.
Okay, so that was the goal of this program. What actually happened?
Well, first, it was slow to roll out the money, which meant that there was a lot of this that hadn't been spent yet by the time President Trump was inaugurated, and immediately started pulling a U-turn on EVs, including specifically reversing course on charger funding. So then the Department of Transportation said that it was going to pause this program while it rewrote the rules for this spring, but they never actually announced any new rules, and the money just stayed frozen. So more than a dozen states challenged this, and a judge in this order sided with the states and said, yes, the administration could certainly change the rules for how the program is administered going forward, but they have to keep distributing money for projects that are already underway.
Okay, so is the case anywhere near over? My guess is no.
Yeah, not by a long shot. Your guess is correct. This is a temporary injunction as the case moves forward. And in fact, this injunction is not even in effect yet. There was a delay built in to give the administration a chance to appeal. Still, it's a win for the states. California's attorney general said he's pleased. The Sierra Club said this is just the first step. The Department of Transportation, in a statement emailed to NPR, said, quote, "Another day, another liberal judicial activist making nonsensical rulings from the bench because they hate President Trump," end quote. That statement also called the program overall a disaster and said the department is assessing its legal options and working to reform this program.
Okay. Well, Camila, of course, this is not the only example of the Trump administration freezing funds and a court stepping in to block it. Like we've seen this with federal grants and loans, foreign aid, and now with EV chargers. So can you just talk about the pattern that you see playing out here?
Yeah, there has been a whole series of legal challenges that are all about the separation of powers. The fact that it's Congress that's supposed to make decisions about spending, not the executive branch, not the president, not an individual agency. So the judge in Washington state here, Tara Lynn, wrote that when the executive branch treads upon the will of the legislative branch, it's the court's responsibility to restore the balance of power. So Congress passed a law. They said this money should be spent for this purpose. And now this administration has been not spending it.
That is NPR's Camila Dominowski. Thank you so much, Camila.
Do you see anything changing? Not really. Not with him. I mean, he's going to do what he wants anyway. So don't hold your breath is what I would say. All right, next up, it's Health and Science News. Do you hear any feedback?
Was this some welfare for corporations? Because when you asked to give Mom Danny wanted to give free healthcare daycare services to struggling families, that was welfare. So was that money welfare for struggling corporations? Just asking for a friend.
Do I need to put you in timeout, Mr. President? Let's put Mr. President in timeout. All right, Health and Science News brought to you by L'Oreal Skin Food. For a natural, beautiful you, visit www.l'orealskinfood.com.
I am, as a public servant, completely financially divested of any conflicts of interest with any healthcare companies, any stocks, any lawsuits that I would financially benefit from. Are you?
Yes.
You're completely divested.
Yes.
You have no financial interest in any lawsuit, crypto, none of that.
No. Oh, crypto. I own Bitcoin.
Okay. And do you have any other securities or assets?
I don't. I mean, I had to go through this with the Office of Government Ethics, and I had a few interests that were very minor that I divested.
Okay, just checking. I'd always like
No,
to.
it's a good question.
I always like
I'm
to know
glad you asked it.
what the field is before I enter conversations. So thank you for that. In the healthcare space, something that we've both spoken to is that some of the worst actors are in the for-profit medical space. Are in for-profit health insurance, big pharma, et cetera. And one of the worst companies actually is United Healthcare in this respect. United Healthcare is the largest health insurance company in the country. They are the largest employer of doctors and own thousands of pharmacies, clinics, surgery centers, and home health agencies, as well as hospice providers. Secretary Kennedy, are you aware that President Trump's Department of Justice is reportedly investigating United Healthcare for criminal insurance fraud in some of their for-profit health insurance plans, like Medicare Advantage?
I'm not aware of that investigation.
You are not aware that the Trump Department of Justice is investigating the largest insurance company in America that
No, I'm not aware of.
for fraud in Medicare Advantage
No, I'm not aware of that.
that you have jurisdiction over?
It doesn't surprise me.
Okay. In your submitted testimony, you said HHS takes seriously our role as responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. Are you aware that for-profit insurance corporations like United Healthcare have been found to be defrauding public dollars of more than $80 billion a year?
I'm not aware of that number, but
You're
I'm
not
aware
aware
that
of
there's fraud across the for-profit sector.
Respectfully, Secretary Kennedy, if we're making decisions around waste, fraud, and abuse, this is the largest source of waste, fraud, and abuse of public dollars in the public insurance space.
You say $80 million?
$80 billion a year.
80, did you say 80 million or 80 billion?
80 with a B, billion.
With a B,
Yeah. If that's the case, why did you nearly double the rate that taxpayer dollars give for-profit insurance companies like United next year if you don't know those things?
Double the rate? How did I do that?
So your agency nearly doubled the taxpayer dollars that for-profit insurance corporations like United will be paid next year, meaning these companies, the largest of whom is under investigation, criminal investigation by the Trump administration, will be receiving an additional $25 billion from your agency.
How is that happening?
I would be happy to submit to the congressional record evidence of this. I will enter the CMS press release from April 7th of 2025 into the record, which states that Medicare Advantage corporations will now receive a 5.06% increase in payments next year under your jurisdiction, Mr. Secretary. This is up from 2.2%.
I mean, what rate?
Without objection.
Proposed from the Biden administration. You are doubling the rate that the Biden
The gentlelady's
these
time has
criminally
expired.
investigated companies.
The gentlelady's time has
receiving.
expired. The chair now recognizes the
The chair now recognizes that he knows nothing.
No, it's the social security from the old people and the free daycare that is bankrupt in America because they like free things. Nothing is free in America unless you're an insurance company. But they keep telling you, you see, they keep poor people fighting against each other. Oh, you want free this, you want free that, you want welfare, you want food stamps, you want this, you want that. But $80 billion a year goes to United Healthcare, and you can't even get healthcare from them. Please.
When is the new go-kart game coming out? Y'all know what game I'm talking about. When are they releasing a new version of that game? So we all can access the game. Mario versus Mario and Luigi, the go-kart. When
You're
is it coming
telling
out?
me, with all this wasteful spending, you cannot give people in America reasonable health care at a reasonable price? Huh? When these corporations walk away with billions every year? Every year. But you cannot fix the healthcare problem here. You cannot have free healthcare for the most vulnerable in your society. But these corporations and them, these CEOs walking away with, man, give me a break.
Oh boy. You see that whole thing with United Healthcare was not by accident. God allowed what happened to happen. As unfortunate as it is or was, he allowed it to happen. You see how quickly they moved to make private the information of the executives across the healthcare sector in these insurance companies. You saw how quickly they did that. Anyway, our next article it's an audio clip. Hold on, wait a minute, courtesy of the Medical Collective. Oh, hold on. Back it up. Why I can't open it? Hold on a second. Let me try this again. 237 to 528. Dr. Keisha. Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. Let's see if this works.
The Medical Collective, your go-to podcast where medicine meets real life.
All right, let me fast forward to 237
and your host. I will be joined by a vibrant team of pairing, revisiting ketamine use and other things would be good to talk about. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. We are back on episode 16 with the Medical Collective, and we are speaking to Dr. Atusa, our friend. We have a special guest today, so we'll get into that. We're going to speak about everything mental health in our youth. Welcome, Dr. Atusa. How you been?
Thanks. I've been well. It's so good to be back with the Medical Collective, and honored today to be hosting our special guest, my dear friend from childhood and colleague and collaborator, Dr. Amelia Villagomez, world-renowned pediatric and adolescent psychiatrist, also trained in integrative medicine.
Oh,
welcome, Dr. Villagomez.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing good. Glad to be here and glad to be able to talk about adolescent and child mental health. This is a passion of mine, obviously, because I went into it and spent the past 25 years studying it, but I'm really excited to be here and have this conversation.
I mean, it's so important. And as a mother of two, let me tell you, it hits home when we were talking about these issues. So I can't wait for the conversation. We always start with a little bit of a news update, but I wanted to do something that is related to mental health. And that was something that's going on. New York Times originally did the investigation, but this is coming from USA Today. And there was a recent investigation alleging that Elon Musk had engaged in extensive use of drugs. Now, what we're talking about specifically is ketamine. He had mentioned on an interview before that, yes, I use ketamine once a week for clinical issues, depression. And now it's going that the use of the ketamine and other things has been more extensive and actually causing some clinical symptoms and maybe affecting his work. We know he was just excused from the White House. So I think that maybe revisiting, as we know that we've also talked about this with Matt Perry, revisiting ketamine use and other things would be good to talk about.
Yeah, I think the question about ketamine is one that is huge because it has really good clinical benefits when used in the right situation for the right purposes. And outside of that, it can be quite dangerous. And so I think with everything, it's not a one size fits all. It's not ketamine should be thrown out. It's more of who should be using ketamine. How can we make sure that there are appropriate safeguards to move forward with the use? Because I think we're first of all, I'm not a specialist using ketamine because I work mostly with children and adolescents, and there's very little data in that area. So it's not very commonly used at this point for children and adolescents and teens. But I do see adults as well. And so I think what we have good data showing that for treatment-resistant depression, ketamine can be very helpful. But the question remains, for how long can we do it, right? I mean, most of the data and studies are in the short term, not necessarily maintenance studies. And so I think most people would say that ketamine can be a powerful tool, but it has to be accompanied with appropriate psychotherapy. Because when it's used for psychotherapy, from my colleagues who do this, they tell me it really can help shift people to be more open-minded so that the same rigid thought patterns can be molded more easily into more constructive, healthy thought patterns. So I think that when paired appropriately with therapy, it can be extremely effective. But if it's used as the only treatment and it's used for a long period of time, I think that's where we get into trouble, as we've seen in a lot of cases.
And also, you said the only treatment in extended time. I think also excessive use may be an issue. Is that we're seeing
and
with Matt Perry's
combination
work.
with other drugs.
Exactly.
So in this case, it was combined with drugs of abuse like ecstasy and other drugs. And in children, as a sedation certified pediatrician who worked as a director of a hospital sedation team, ketamine is very well studied in children and adolescents as a substantive hypnotic used in procedural sedation.
Good point.
As in for putting kids into a sedative hypnotic state during a sedation procedure for a painful procedure. In that case, it's studied very well, but as Dr. Villagomez pointed out, not for mental health, right? So I think the problem with ketamine is that it is so easily, it so easily slides into that drug of abuse possibility, and it is a street drug in that way as a drug of abuse. So I think that's why the safeguards, the controls, the appropriate medical supervision is so critical.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Keisha, for sending this clip over. I appreciate that. The other article we're going to jump into, could ketamine on the NHS help treat severe depression? This article is courtesy of BBC.com. So ketamine is increasingly known as a party substance, which is linked to serious health problems, even fatalities. But there is growing interest in Scotland in its potential to treat severe depression. One NHS Lothian psychiatrist hopes to set up a clinic by the end of the year, offering the category B substance as an alternative to electroconvulsive therapy, also known as ECT, a treatment that involves sending an electric current through the brain. Professor Andrew McIntosh thinks it could offer another alternative to patients with the most hard-to-treat depression. The move comes after a private clinic in Lanarkshire began offering ketamine-assisted therapy to clients with treatment-resistant depression last summer. The Euless Clinic in Hamilton opened under license from Healthcare Improvement Scotland in September and charges £6,000 for a program of 4 intravenous ketamine infusions and a course of psychotherapy. Ketamine is a medical anesthetic, and while it is not licensed for the routine treatment for depression, it can be used off-label by doctors and psychiatrists. Alex, who recently moved to Scotland from the United States, is one of 12 people being treated at the clinic. She has experienced periods of depression and anxiety and says she turned to ketamine-assisted therapy when traditional treatments did not help. She said, "I was crying all day long while I was working and was very resistant to doing anything new." Alex is 40 years old. Ketamine, which is illegal on the streets, has nevertheless been used as a recreational substance for years because of its detached dreamlike effects. She said, "Alex, I definitely had a psychedelic experience. You would see images, kind of feel like you're floating sometimes. If you're reclined, you might feel like you're floating into different spaces, for example, or like you're going down a water slide." Alex believes the infusions made her more receptive to psychotherapy. I think it makes it more palatable almost, she says. You may see an image and you will remember this image, and then you'll talk to your therapist and they'll say, "That's interesting. Why do you think you saw that? What does that represent to you?" Alex had already tried ketamine therapy in the United States before being treated in Scotland and thinks it should be more widely available here. "Before, I was really depressed," she said. "Now, I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I'm active. I'm trying new things, traveling again, kind of getting back to the person I felt like I used to be." Sean Gillen, the director of the Euless Clinic, says patients must have a diagnosed condition and be assessed by a psychiatrist to qualify for treatment. He admits the cost of ketamine assisted therapy may be out of reach for many and hopes it will soon be available on the NHS. How do y'all, the NHS, that's your country over there, Adesoji. How is this a conversation that's being had over there for folks who are dealing with depression? As a matter of fact, what is the rate of the depression over there in the United Kingdom, if you're able to speak? Do your children suffer? Do the children in the United Kingdom suffer from depression? What's going on? Thank you for the
And
thought, Kathleen.
like every society, we have our challenges with how kids interact with social substances.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, what they've done is not criminalize the problem. They've looked at it through a medical lens. How do we engage with this stuff so that at least when push comes to shove, we know how to treat the problem we have rather than, lock people up and put them behind bars. In Europe, they've even gone a step further. It's social. You can do within a certain regulated area, and it's the case. But when we look across the pond, as long as you don't have the hue, if you don't have the hue for the protection, then you're going to be flipped, for want of a better word. I yield.
Jazz says, "I didn't know electric shock was still being used." I'm not familiar with the whole thing, so this is new to me. But
What?
yeah.
What?
I grew up in a culture where you got to tell your parents about you're depressed. Depressed. Listen to me, Pitney. Try go sit. That's the Jamaican culture. Try go sit down. What you know about depressed? Yeah, go take up your book and read. Find something do. That's the culture we grew up in. So, I mean,
No, I thought I had watched something with the History Channel back in the day because they used to use that on patients in the mental facilities. And I thought it was outlawed because it was deemed barbaric. So I didn't know that they still use that.
interesting. Oops, sorry. Electric shock to deal with as a means of psychotherapy treatment. Interesting. In the United States, it definitely has to be done in a controlled environment. You know how we are over here in the US, right? We have, if we're not careful, things will go awry. So it is good to know that this option is available as an alternative to what you said, the electric shocks. Ja, it's good to know that this is available.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I heard in the story, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people are looking for relief, right? People are looking for relief. Um, we don't know what caused the depression. We don't know what circumstances, situations. We don't know. So to know that science has provided a way for them to get some sort of relief and feel some sense of normalcy and to be able to operate and fit into society, what can we do but say, okay, yeah,
Yeah, but
good.
you're not going to shock. You're not going to shock people into existence. That is just. I'm
That's
sorry. Come
barbaric,
on.
right? That's a
So,
barbaric.
so I just looked it up. It says ECT is used where possible with informed consent. So they use it if someone has consent,
Has given consent.
has given consent.
What are the side effects of electroshock?
Oh Lord.
There has to be some side effects. So that's
Let's see risks. Let's see what it says. Risk. It's just telling me this. Come on, I open it up to risk, and you're not giving me any risk. Okay, confusion, memory loss, physical side effects, which can lead to nausea, headaches, jaw pain, muscle aches, medical complications. Risk of, it just says risk of medical complications. Your heart rate, your blood pressure may increase for a limited time. Yeah, because I remember I was watching this story about in the UK, actually, I think it was overseas, that there was this famous crazy mental hospital, and that's how they used to keep people calm per se.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it was barbaric.
Adasoji, mute your mic. Don't let me put you in detention. Go ahead, Jeff. He's being very rude. Very
No.
rude.
Well, it's his people, so you know. I'm done.
Okay. So that's where it comes from.
Where what come from, Adasoji?
Adult toys.
You're really bad. You know that, right? Really, really, really bad.
I think James had something of significance to say. I think James is the only level-headed one right now. Go ahead, James.
Well, you might think differently, because like what I was just about to say before Adasoji said that is that the side effects from that seem like less than the side effects for Cialis.
Soon come. I am Dr. Campbell for WRGO-TV status. Scientists say you can graduate from university twice, get married, have kids, and watch them graduate college. Watch the entire Fast and Furious franchise and spin-offs nobody asked for. Build a house, buy hand, master quantum physics, run for political office, lose, run again, win, become prime minister, then retire comfortably. Wait for Jesus to return. He might arrive before your Jamaican friend. Join us tomorrow for more very serious news. And as always, please verify.
But I like when I stop disrespect us Jamaicans now when we say soon come. Mr. President, go ahead. I just said you were going to say something. I'm so sorry. My humble apologies.
No. I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, because you never have nothing good to say. Okay. You were going to go down
I'm the
the
best behaved person in this room. This is my story and I'm sticking to it.
If that makes you happy. If that makes you happy, tell yourself that, Mr. President. Then say not to argue with mad people. Now that them say, don't waste it. Because you're not go with.
So how do they understand the recommended shock for women?
Psychotherapy. You know what? Why am I allowing you to beat me? Why? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You catch me a third time now, I'm a damn fool. All right, folks, let's get serious for a second here. So, did you see the video of thank you, Dr. Keisha, for sending over that clip. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We played your clip. Sounding very nice on your podcast, I must say. Where is it?
Oh, you already played it?
Yeah. Where have you been?
You gotta ping me in. Oh, I'll be working. I'll be back and forth. Oh.
Next time. Next time. My bad. I'm so sorry, but thank you. I played it before reading the article from BBC.com. Yeah. Yeah. So we just finished talking about. Hold on there. Dr. Leslie, me not like that something that we have up there, so what you call it?
I know.
I don't
It's
like
her
it.
avatar.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
I don't like it. Yeah. That's not you. And not at all.
You don't have to like it.
I'm just telling you how I feel. I don't
Well,
like it.
I appreciate your feelings.
Please and thank you. You got
I bet you Leslie's gonna have that down by tomorrow. Y'all, you know she
to.
just wants us to respond. I love it, Leslie. It's gorgeous. Keep it.
Ma'am, clearly you don't know me. I am not moved by opinions of others. Just don't stay there as long as I have it.
It doesn't fit you.
Who trouble you?
Nobody in trouble me. I find all it tripping.
Where's Lamb?
Lamb is in timeout. Leave Lamb alone. Lamb is not having conversations with anybody today. Lamb need to go get a job. Sucking up on my ear. And then even leaving enough wool to make a coat.
I see what's going on. Okay.
No, I'm just joking. I'm taking a nap. But no, that avatar staying up there, they don't need to know what I look like. That thing take a whole picture of me and that's what I come up with. Hilarious. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Leslie. Sweet dreams.
I feel like you really meant that, huh? I feel that with a little too much. I don't feel like you meant that.
I didn't.
Wow.
I didn't.
Why do you?
I don't like the avatar. Adesoji, what you say, Adesoji? You like the avatar?
I like it.
You like it?
Who cares? Who cares?
Looking like some preacher girl.
What's wrong with
But
that?
I'm trying to figure out, and why is it so small?
I don't like it.
What about you? What about you?
Me have a lot of things from you I mean I like already. Me don't talk about me this
No, you know, she does all these lies with her face showing, and now she's worried about her.
this avatar, and she's so gorgeous. I don't know why what.
Well, they're haunted, yes. That's all I could say. Oh, they're haunted.
I think you're haunted. That's why you put it up there.
No, not at all.
Duppy depan, as we say in the
Oh, Duppy, you only fast and out of play.
We just come to live and we see a beautiful face in the lives.
You're
And your
fast
beautiful smile. I think I'd rather talk to Lamb right now.
You can prefer whatever you want to prefer. Lamb is where he is. When he starts producing wool, then he could have a say. He need to go get wax.
Oh.
Talking about wax. Talking about wax. This is for adults only. Please cover the ears of children.
The way you say vagina in Jamaica.
Jesus.
First, we start out with the classic pum pum, punani, crutches, front, miggle, nookie, good, panty pudding.
Wait. What's that? Panty, what?
Brother, I didn't make the list. I did not make this list.
Where's the panty pudding?
I did not make this list.
Go on.
Vaggie, Neagley,
Neagley,
Puni, Punash, you said that one. Tuni, Passage,
Passage.
Okobit,
Okobit.
Sal, Cat,
One Sal.
yep, Cat, Fluff,
Fluff.
Tight Fit,
Wow.
Promised Land,
Promised Land, yes.
Wall, Bracket, Tomato, Cherry, Starfish, Beef, Flesh,
Beef.
yes.
Beef.
Yes. I did not make this list, sir. I did not make this list. Okay.
Wow.
Flesh, pumpkin, ting ting, goods, belly bottom, kitten,
Belly bottom.
belly bottom. You know what it is? You gotta dig out your belly bottom, girl. Dig out your belly bottom. Kitty, paradise, pudding again, glue, split, pokey, property.
Pokey,
yeah.
For little picnic. Yeah, that's how you call we teach little picnic.
Yeah. Your pokey.
Your pokey.
Yeah, your glimity,
Wow.
fishy, the clump, the uko, the nani, the glamity,
Glamity.
the tuntun, and one of my favorite, ever bless.
Ever bless.
Ever bless. Chocho, fat, pooms, red, heaven gate, nice this, curtain, cunt, airport, room. Should I continue?
No, I turn pages. No, I turn page.
Continue. The thingy, the socket, the oven, the pasta, the spot, cave of wonders, the comfort, the cookie jar, the nana, the sugar pan, the runway, the gum, the juju, the gut, and the budum.
The budum.
I didn't know we had so many names for one part of the female anatomy. I had no clue. I've heard some of them, but I've not heard many of them. Cave of Wonders.
Never heard of that. I would like them to do it for the man, because the first one would be stump.
Stumpy.
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 Hey, Stumpy. Oh, God, let me go back to take my nap.
What other names would we have for the men? Thank you, Dr. Leslie. What other names would we have for the men? For real.
Moments, before you go to the man.
Eh?
Before you go to the man, is it just me or does half of the name have like some type of food in it for a country that don't eat?
Wow.
Wow. I like that, James.
Wow. Well, they claim they don't eat, but clearly they're fat, so you know they're eating something. You could say you don't eat all day long, but if you put no weight and you're fat, you're a lie. A liar tell.
So, Cave of Wonders, does that mean that's Aladdin's cave? Open sesame, huh?
It's already open. You just have to knock real well.
Deliver me, Lord. Somebody bring the bottle of holy water. Let me sprinkle. I got to sprinkle.
Baby, you don't need no sprinkle. You need to dip and roll. Dip and roll.
So, Chad has Long John Silver. Is that an appropriate name for the male?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, very popular name.
Gotta have 50 names for the woman. We need 50 names for the man. So Dr. Leslie said stump.
Titanic,
okay.
Woody.
Okay. Woodpecker. Pencil. Big Ben. joystick, gear stick. Come on. Ting ting.
Wow. Okay. Controller.
Controller. Yes. What else we have for the men? Come, ladies. Don't disappoint. We can't do this.
Well, when you're virginal, you have more experience, so come with it then. Come with tree trunk.
Tree trunk, yes. Mm-hmm. Come, man. Come, ladies. Help me out.
Piggy. You know, we grew up in Trinidad, call it piggy.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
Go and wash your piggy.
Oh, I never know that one.
Yeah. Piggy and Penny. The women was Penny or Saltfish, and the boys are Piggy.
Oh, his list didn't have saltfish on it because that's how.
No, he said saltfish.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Okay,
he said saltfish.
He did.
He did. Wood. Wood. That's what they say in Jamaica too. Yes, them say wood, and we can call it wood. What else? What other name we have? Come on, ladies, don't disappoint. Put a name in the chat. They gave our private area 50 different names. We must can come up with some more names for the men. We not have anything else?
Piper.
Pipe, yes, lady pipe. Pipe. Then we call it a plumber. Okay. All right, next. Ja, what happened? You don't have no more. I'm all out of names. Bamboo. Geely said bamboo. Thank you, Geely.
When I started my list of V names back before my daughter was born, I never thought about names about men. It wasn't important.
So when you had your man, you didn't give it a nickname? No? Okay, I told you. What's the nickname they give you? Or what are the nicknames they have given you?
He gives himself. That's the thing. The men usually give them their own names.
Oh, really?
Oh, Peter. Used to call it Peter too. Yeah, Peter.
Peter. Okay.
John Smith III. Just kidding. You need a proper name and title.
Other subject, talk up. You were going to tell us what are the nicknames they give it in Nigeria. What are the nicknames that the men have for their appendages?
Did we say buddy?
Buddy, I need a real good friend. Isn't that a song? Yeah.
Well, I've been called happy ending before, so.
That's what your wife calls it, happy ending. Okay. All right. What are the names? Stop laughing. James, you're not gonna have handle like that. No, seriously, what are the other names in the other countries that a man's friend is called? We have 50 names for women, so we need some for the men.
His privates.
It's very posh. Can I engage with your privates, please?
Your tool. Did we say tool? Anaconda. Yes, Kennedy.
Yeah, that's true. Anaconda. I've heard of that.
Yeah, anaconda. Ride it like a bike. What else? Come on, people. We need more names.
Nobody care about the names and things.
Ja.
You know why the women have so many names? Because we bring life into the world. That's why we have so many names.
All right. Okay. But hold on there, James. Wouldn't happy ending be what you would call the woman's own, not the men? Nigerians say, come collect cane. That's it. Only that, Geely. Hold on. Talk of the things, them, Geely. Why are you laughing, Adasoji? You've heard that one? Or you've used that line? Girl, you want to come collect cane. Talk of the the on our answer. All right, me done. Me gone about my business.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. Okay. All right. Yeah, if to name them not exciting like the woman name them. But here's the thing, seriously speaking though, when it comes to your children, teach them the right names for the parts of their bodies. Yeah.
Remember Loving Their Shortwood?
I did play that song a couple years ago. You're too out of order, James. Too out of order.
Shaft.
Yes. Oh, the movie. Yeah, the movie Shaft. Trying to think. What else? What 50 Cent sang his song. Take it to
Willy
the
Wonka.
candy shop. Willy Wonka, that sound very stubby, like Dr. Leslie said. Magic stick. Yes, the magic stick. Trying to think. What else? We have so many innocent women in here that they don't know the names to put in the chat. Yes, folks, I saw it go. My God, left on the door. I are hungry. It is time for I to feed the worms that are having a huge conversation in my stomach. I don't know how Una don't hear them, but yeah, time for me to feed them so they don't
Like Sister Aya was having trouble with a fly while we were recording yesterday. Oh my God! The moment we signed off, if you saw how she took out that fly, it's like,
another great show. Another great show, as always.
yeah, thank you.
I mean, I just like how she goes into character. Amazing. I don't know how
Yeah,
she
very
keep.
much so.
I don't know how she hold a straight face. I don't know how you hold a straight face.
I'm trying. I suppose because I get to see her before we come on. So that way, I've already. At least we do talk like 5 minutes before we come on. So that way, all of my initial laughter and reaction is drawn out, and so nobody sees that.
Nobody
But
sees that.
you know, she's good. She's good. I mean, she actually has a book that she's written, partly written, that contains at least 300 entries. Yeah, 300 entries, and we've not even done 18 yet. So you can be rest assured, yeah, there is more where that came from. So
I can imagine.
and yeah, she was getting tired, with writing it, and I said, listen, maybe what would help is if you start talking about them. And so in your mind, you're already seeing those characters and you're able to sharpen them. And so when we finish, if you go back and listen, you could rewrite what it is you have on the paper or add to it. That way it helps you, So that's the nature of the series. So the series is doing two things. It's helping put the women out there, but it's also helping her. It's almost like a living edit of her work. So she's getting feedback while she is writing at the same time. So
it's awesome. Awesome. Love it.
it is.
Love it. Love
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Love it. The creativity. Love it. Definitely. Bringing the character to life. And I think doing that, children will be more drawn in, right? You'll be able to
Correct.
reach children and young people. Like, oh, okay. It's storytelling of sorts, if you want to put it that way.
Yes.
Love it. Absolutely. Absolutely love it.
And because they're grounded in reality, these are true life stories. It's supposed to just myth making. It means not only do they engage with what she's doing, but then they can then use the context. Because if you look at all the people we've done, their real life experiences can translate into people's way of doing things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tenacity, resilience, the mental fortitude, the determination, the
Very much so.
brevity, and here's the thing. None of them were selfish. They were all the characters, and I shouldn't say characters, but all the women that you have honored, yourself and Aya have honored so far, all have one similar thing. One thing, that's similar amongst all of them is that they are not selfish. Everything that every one of them do was for community, for the betterment, the advancement of people. They never said, okay, I'm not going to do it because my family, or I'm not going to do it because it's going to come back on me. No, they did. They went ahead full force because they believed in what it is, their mission.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And overwhelming odds as well. So
yeah.
you can imagine what they had to work with. There was no social media then, there was no radio, there was no TV to announce we're going to do this. So whatever it is you're going to do, you have to speak to people in the real.
Mm-hmm.
There is no Zoom. There is
yeah, the creativity,
So,
the resilience, amazing. Keep going. Don't stop.
yeah.
Don't
Thank you.
stop.
Thank you.
Do it. All right, YouTube, thank you so much. Appreciate all of you. And thank you to our new subscribers. Have yourselves a wonderful day. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9:35 a.m. for another episode of Coffee in Tow World. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.